Please remain standing as we invite Dr. Bailey to come and proffer prayers.
Pleasant afternoon to you all. We pause for prayer. When peace like a river attendeth my way, when sorrows like seas billows roll, whatever my lot thou hast taught me to say, it is well with my soul. Heavenly Father, we come before your throne of grace this afternoon, knowing that you are the author and the finisher of our faith. We look to you as the only wise God. To you be majesty, dominion, and power. We pause today to say, Lord, have your way in our midst. We ask for your directions. We ask for your presence. We pray that you will lead us. We pray that you will guide us. We pray for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And Lord, at the end of this afternoon's proceeding, we can say it was good to be here. And so we ask for your continued guidance throughout this portion of today's exercise, and we ask that you will shower down your blessings upon us, Lord, in a powerful way, that, Lord, we will remember.
When your worst allergies attack, fight back with Claritin. Get
continually, and we leave this service into your hands and into your care, and we ask that you will be glorified. Father, be magnified even now as we give you thanks, we give you praise, we give you glory, and we give you the honor in Jesus' name.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bailey. You may be seated. We now invite the Colonel of the Moortown Maroons, Colonel Wallace Sterling, to bring the official welcome.
First of all, let me say, I just want to say this first, and then I will deal with the other things. It is a lovely gathering, and I want to welcome you in a traditional Maroon way. So I'm going to say, Awatu, Awatu, Akwaba. Awatu, Awatu, Akwaba. So I'm embracing you all, and I'm welcoming you to this place. So, Mr. Chairman, our guest here on the platform, the Honorable Prime Minister from St. Vincent and Grenadines, the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Mark Golin, our candidate for Portland Eastern, Mr. ISAT Buchanan, and I can see that we have a lot of other official persons here, but in true Maroon fashion, I'm going to say, Akwaba, a biggie pray. Akwaba, a small pray. So in this way, I welcome you all. But as we sit here on the beach as it is, and we are looking out to sea, what it reminds me of is a time when our foreparents came to these very same shores. Nanny and many of her followers were here. And the ship got wrecked in that other harbor. They made their way down the coast, up the Rio Grande Valley, and they settled at a place that they call Pumpkin Hill. That was the first free black settlement in this neck of the woods. They later moved from there to another place that they called Tony River, but the government called it Nanny Town because Nanny was the leader. So Portland has a lot to offer. And I am most thankful for our candidate who have seen this vision to bring this gathering here this afternoon, where we can sit down, we can listen to the speakers, and we can take the many good things that will be said and how we look forward to developing our parish of Portland in a way that every man, woman, and child can benefit from the rich legacy that we have. Our foreparents had led the way. They had struggled against the colonial oppressors, and they managed to liberate themselves. And in the process of doing so, they have set off what I want to call some sort of volcanic activity. Because as a result of that, you find that many liberation struggles took place throughout the so-called New World, to include the Asian Revolution, the American War of Independence, and all the struggles of the other maroon communities throughout Central and South America, to include the Maroons of present-day Suriname, French Guiana, the persons in Mexico, Colombia. All of these come as a result of what our foreparents did here. In the other parts of the Caribbean, there were many struggles. Fact of the matter is, some of them were, the islands were small, it was difficult for them to succeed. But then they stood up and they fought for what they believed. As Portlander, we believe that we can go forward, we can do all the things that we want, and we have to create the chance, we have to create the opportunity to make that happen. So, if when you go back home, in your walk, in your talk, you encourage your neighbor, encourage the other persons that you're seeing on the street to make it happen. And it can happen in several ways, but there's one main way it can happen. If we support somebody who has the idea, somebody who has a vision, somebody who is willing to work assiduously with us to make it happen, that is the best thing that we can do. So, earlier I said to, I was sitting out there and I'm looking at the pier and I said, oh, we have a very beautiful pier. We have a very beautiful marina. But I'm just wondering to myself, and I might wonder aloud, why do we call the marina Harold Flint Marina? Somebody like Nanny, who has been here before Harold Flint, who has made more contribution to this country and to the Western Hemisphere than Harold Flint. Why did we not name it after Nanny? Maybe it is not too late. We got to name something significant after Nanny. And it will come. And for sure it will come sooner than later. Because we believe in ourselves. And we know that if we work hard, we can achieve that which we want. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to say to you, be steadfast in what you believe. Be steadfast in what you're going to be doing. Work hard, and we shall overcome. So once again, let me say, before I leave the stage, I welcome you all. And I'm expecting great things from you all. So let me say, Medasi. Medasi Apwem. Thank you 1,000 times.
Thank you very much, Colonel Wallace Sterling. When ISAT Buchanan said he was bringing the heat, I wonder if he also knew, in addition to the health, education, agriculture, and tourism, that at this time in the afternoon, the sun would be reflecting off the harbor, bringing additional heat and beauty. But with the heat will come the light. I'm also honored to be asked to moderate this evening's program. Could not have had a better day to do it, because printed in the Gleaner today is an update that they call How the Constituencies Are Leaning. In St. Catherine, they created a parish to create a stronghold or a safe seat for someone. And that safe seat or stronghold that they created is not in the list of constituencies that are being considered safe for them. And I'd like to use this opportunity to point out that we're in a parish that a couple of people have claimed it is theirs. Eastern Portland is not in the safe seat for them either. We have Dr. Dawes here, we have Dr. Horton here, and we have Doreen Forbes here. All of them have opponents like I do who are irritating, annoying, and disturbing. And this morning, none of our opponents can be happy, because the reality is that time come now. I am asked by the organizers who invited me here to remember that I'm here more in my capacity to moderate Richie than I am in my capacity as a politician. And my granny teach me say, no go a company house and misbehave. So I won't misbehave. The final thing I will say is there is an expression, if you can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen. And East Portland decides, say, them are going to take the heat. And we're going to start off by reminding you that this East Portland Public Forum, Bringing the Heat, aims to engage residents of the constituency in a dynamic and interactive discussion with key stakeholders on the issues affecting this parish and this constituency. Today's event will provide a platform for party officials, incoming government officials, to level it down to the understanding of East Portlanders. And thanks to our media colleagues, BOJ TV and others, not only will East Portlanders understand the heat today, but all of Jamaica at home and in the diaspora will understand the heat. And our colleagues in St. Vincent and the Grenadines are already accustomed to a certain kind of heat. So we will also get an introduction, because I am reliably informed that Comrade Ralph, like many of us, has come from very humble beginnings. And if there is one word to describe that energy which has fueled his political service, going now 50 years, is the belief he has in love. Simple word, but a complex philosophy is guided by love. He has a special love for the elderly, for the youth, and for the marginalized. And in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, which is very close to the topography of Portland, are several issues.
If you're 55 or over, did you know you could leave your loved ones with an inheritance of up to $300,000 with
which are similar to the ones faced by East Portlanders, and I dare say by all Jamaicans, including the diverse population, which for us, as you have seen, includes the Maroons, and in St. Vincent and the Grenadines includes the Kalinago people. I really hope I've pronounced that correctly. Thank you very much. So we are also going to be hearing from Comrade Ralph, but we are hearing from Jamaica's incoming 10th Prime Minister. We will soon refer to him as the Most Honorable Mark Golding. And when he comes to this podium, he will be sharing, continuing to share his insight as to his own philosophy, driven also by a fuel that we can call LOVE, love. If there has ever been a leader in Jamaica who not only understands the livity of the poor and the dispossessed, but also understands how to navigate the ecosystem of economic and wealth creation. So he can bring both sets of experiences, his lived experiences as well as his professional experiences, to bring together a team of other patriotic men and women, all children of the soil of this island, to ensure that what is achieved is the greatest formulation of policies and program to unlock, unleash, and release the true potential of the Jamaican people, our economy, and this society, then that person's name is Mark Jefferson Golding. So as we know, when ISAT speaks about the heat, he speaks about health, education, agriculture, and tourism. And we're going to get into the heat of the matter as we welcome to the podium Comrade Dr. Alfred Dawes, who will be speaking about the PNP's vision for health.
Comrade Chair, Comrade Honorable Ralph, who I'm understanding that despite you living at the time on Taylor Place, you're a good friend of my father. Taylor Place. I chose my words very carefully. Next Prime Minister of Jamaica, Mark Jefferson Golding. The man with the plan, ISAT. My fellow MP candidates, honored guests, comrades and friends, good evening. Now I could talk all evening on health because I learn in politics and I hear I have to chat enough. But I'll keep it simple. We are at a time in our history where we are on a precipice. I think we can all agree that healthcare is falling apart in Jamaica. I don't need to come and tell you anymore about the problems you're seeing right across the island, of the tears that are being shed privately and on social media, of the weeping and moaning and gnashing of teeth. But we, as we prepare to take the reins of government, have to have a plan. But to solve the issues with healthcare, we need to go even deeper than to say what we're going to do. We have to start with first not accepting what it is that we are experiencing. You in Port Antonio and Portland, if you get a stroke, do not accept it that you have to go to another parish for a CAT scan. Do not accept that if you have an emergency, you need to go to St. Ann to get a CAT scan, come back to Portland, and then get transferred to KPH. I put it to you, which you may not realize, that Portland has been the most neglected parish when it comes to health services. And anyone who wants to challenge me, the evidence is there. You have one parish hospital. And they will say that there are other parishes with one parish hospital. But look at your neighbors in St. Thomas. They have Princess Margaret Hospital. They have 30 doctors. You have 12. It is time that we stop accepting it and demand more. It is not enough for the incumbent member of parliament to be boasting that they got a baby incubator. I don't know what that is. We don't call anything baby incubator because we don't have adult incubators. But it is not enough to boast that you got this baby incubator when the nearest pediatrician to take care of that baby is an hour away. How do you reconcile that? What would Nanny think? What would those who fought for our rights and freedoms think that now you have sitting in the corridors of power a government that is more concerned about public relations and hiding the realities of a broken healthcare system rather than fixing it? And this is where we say that enough is enough and time come. Time come for us to stop accepting inferior care. Stop accepting that lives are going to be lost needlessly while they rape the system. Time come for reforms. And we have to have concrete plans in place. But it is for the people, you, to demand that reform. Because it is not going to be easy, I can tell you that. Because there are so many disease profiteers out there who are making millions off the broken system, where a drill that costs $5 million is sold for $30 million, where a CT scan is bought and it don't have a battery and it's not working for a year, and cancer patients have to be finding money and going outside to get care. Enough is enough. If we cut corruption in the Ministry of Health by 50%, we can save so many lives. And that is one of the first things that this government is going to do when we form it. So this is a warning to all those who are making bank and sacrificing Jamaican lives on an altar of gold. Time come.
Comrades, please acknowledge Comrade Senator Damian Crawford. All right, settle down as Damian takes his seat.
Russ is a Portland man, you know, so you have to remember that. So comrades and well-wishers tuning in from all over, the plan is simple when you're looking at fixing health. As with anything, you have to look at demand and supply. The demand on the health services is rising. We are getting older, we are getting sicker, we are putting on more weight, we have more chronic diseases. And so we have to address that. And it is not going to be a situation where we just tell people they need to go to clinic. We understand that in Portland, you have to be chartering taxi to go all the way to KPH versus paying $400 on a JUTC or a taxi to get there. So we cannot have access to healthcare being in Kingston. Access to healthcare has to be here in Portland. So the hospital has to be upgraded. And it starts with imaging, it starts with the staffing, and it starts with the development of the clinics in the outlying areas. We need to take care of the diabetes, the high blood pressure, before they become stroke and amputation and heart attack. So the control of the sugar is going to be where the resources must go, because it is harder to treat a stroke than it is to treat high blood pressure. And that is the change in mindset.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
Hey, we're How Ridiculous, three childhood friends and digital content creators that do epic stuff from Perth, Australia.
On which we are going to reform the healthcare sector. We know that the demand is also in trauma. I don't know what the bike thing is like, but we know that if you dilly-dally, you're going to end up on a hospital trolley. And we need to fix that. Greater enforcement of traffic laws, public education, etc. But at the same time, you can't stop yourself from getting sick. I said the current Minister of Health telling people when University Hospital was overcrowded that they should take personal responsibility. So they should stop getting cancer then. They should stop being trafficked and somebody just hit them and run in the back. They must stay at them yard. As one Rasta said to the world around, the better you guy your bed go lay down. But we cannot push back personal responsibility on the people. We have to get access to health care where it is needed. And the reforms are going to be boring. They don't involve a lot of TV and ribbon cutting. It's going to be laws. The Prime Minister has dedicated, and I'm calling him Prime Minister. We have had discussions and we know that there are going to be some laws that are going to be needed to be passed immediately in order to reform healthcare. Drugs must be cheaper. You cannot choose between your light bill and your pharmacy bill and think that everything is going to be all right. So there are many things that we need to fix. And in time, we know that them thief in ideas, so we're not going to roll out everything. But in time, you will see why when we ask the questions at the polls, who is better to manage the health of Jamaicans, the answer will be resoundingly the PNP. So comrades, take care and understand that when them said better must come, better is coming.
Have you heard of life insurance with living benefits? This type of life insurance policy pays out tax.
Councillor Benny White, I should know better. I used to live in this parish and Dexter Rowland is my councillor and actually introduced me to a lot of the politics when I was down here. The E in heat is education, and the education man, the real Rasta man, now comes to the podium. By the way, just to let you know, BOJ TV is streaming live, Partner Draw TV is streaming live, and Peter Gay Ferguson TV, PNP TV, is streaming live.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Also, special good afternoon to the leader of the People's National Party, future President, Prime Minister of Jamaica. To ISAT Buchanan, next Member of Parliament. Who will take, what did you say? Vengeance on my behalf? Respect and honor.
The Social Security Administration has made a small burial fund available to
respect and honor. To one of the stalwarts of the Caribbean, one of my mentors, a person who have been in the fight for a long time and remain committed to equity as a concept within the world. Ralph Gonsalves, love and honor, St. Vincent, Passy. I see some brethren here from school time. I don't know if I should announce it. But some stalwarts in all different areas of life. I don't want to announce it and load them up because they are arresting people for being on PMP stage. So we have to be careful. See, keep reaching a problem, you know, just because. But my brethren, from 12-year-old till now, respect my brother. And to you, my bononunus from Portland, I will always love East Portland. Never will I forget the effort, the commitment. And while we have the record, I want to give it up when this election is called. I think another Rasta should take that record and go forward. But in truth, I really love you know, and I love how they make me feel welcome and wanted every single time. I came at 4 and ISAT told me to go to a little villa and wait until time he will call me down. And he almost make this thing move from heat to hate because education nearly missed its position. So therefore, I am now here to speak to what you know is my passion, education. It is my passion because it is what I have experienced myself. Remember when I told you that you cannot have people who never experience your life be in charge of your life. It is education that moved me from sharing 2 divan with 6 people to having my house with empty room as guest room. And so I am only speaking to a passion of 1 degree per household because my mother have 11 brothers and sisters. And one one person, my uncle, went to university from my mother's generation. From that one, 38 of my cousins and myself and my sister have a 1st degree and 11 have a 2nd degree starting from 1. And so the concept that guides the PMP's education principle is 1 degree per household. That it is our long-term strategy that every household should have a degree. I hear some people seek to ridicule that success, that principle, by saying we should focus on pre-primary and focus on this and focus on that. It automatically assumes a focus on all previous levels because there can be no degree if you're illiterate. So 1 degree assumes that at least 1 literate is in every household. It presumes that 1 primary school achiever is in the household. It assumes that 1 CXC getter, because all of those are precursors to get to 1 degree per household. I see some stalwarts in them say not allow them up and not allow them up. All right, cool. So when we look at that, how do we achieve that in East Portland? And as you know, that was my dream. One of my dreams was to ensure that it is corrected that Nanny don't have an institution named after her in the education sector. You have Paul Bogle, you have Sam Sharp, you have Buster Manty, you have Norman Manley High School, but you don't have a Nanny High School. And therefore, we identified Fellowship, which was once junior high, to be rebranded the Nanny High School in East Portland so that East Portland can recognize the Maroons' contribution. We are going to start by ensuring that at the early childhood level, there are sufficient trained teachers, because the base development of the child's brain happens in the first 5 years. They say 80% of the child's brain function takes place between 0 and 5-year-old. And so it must be the principle and policy of the People's National Party to ensure that that start is a reasonable start for every child in this country. And for those who are not understanding that importance, then why is it that they who are saying we can't afford it contribute so much to their own children getting that preschool and that basic school? So we will be spending on ensuring that the schools that are basic schools have qualified teachers, and also that they have satisfactory infrastructure. Myself and ISAT have a conversation that we might have to go to court, because the Constitution states that is the right of every child to primary and pre-primary education. And if it is that this is only private, that right is being abridged and abrogated. We also then will look at ensuring that there is remedial education for those who aren't doing well at current. One of the problems we have is that you wait till the end of the year, you test the child, you do no fixing of the problem, and send that child to another grade. And it leads to what we have now, that we have 18% of our children getting 5 subjects, including math and English. If this was America, it will never be accepted for 18% getting a GED, the minimum successful graduation from secondary school. And so we are going to implement an intervention system that therefore corrects the failing at 7th grade, at week 1, at week 2, week 3, instead of wait till the end of the year for say, boy, this picnic fail. We will have evening classes facilitated by trained teachers. We will have weekend classes. So let's say a child don't do good at factorization. If you don't intervene in that week, now makes sense to teach him quadratic equation, because quadratic equation is based on factorization. So therefore you must intervene to correct whatever factorization misunderstanding in the afternoons of that week, on the weekend of that week so that he can graduate into the next week and be competent and capable. We have to do that necessary intervention. So we propose that 2 days a week must be for homework, sending home my 11th grade child with maths work to do at home with a 9th grade dropout parent. What sense does that make? And so he becomes frustrated not understanding this homework. So we will facilitate homework centers for 2 hours in your schools in East Portland. And we are blessed in East Portland with CASE, where we can recruit some of those students to become facilitators of those homework sessions. It means, therefore, that for some reason we have continued to send home children 2:30 when parents don't reach home till 7. And then we wonder why they're being impregnated by adults and recruited by gangs. And so we will move it to 4:30, facilitate that, and help those students from CASE who are having difficulty to move forward. We're also going to fight to teach and keep our teachers in the schools. Good teachers are now becoming unavailable, being recruited, as you know, Sir Ralph, by the United States and England with wanton disregard for the realities that we face. So much so that we don't even know when they're leaving until school ready to start. And to this point, we have only mentioned that they're leaving without putting a retention plan for teachers to stay. We have been in full discussion in the party about when we should come with our ideas. Because we know, them not ramp, especially with my one, them not give me a break. Them teeth it all before me say it sometime. But we feel that it must be easier for a teacher to own a home and a vehicle. One of the #1 initiators' motives for migration is to own those 2 assets that they perceive to be so important. And so we will negotiate with the NHT, but also for every 5 years that a teacher remains in the classroom, they will get concession consideration of increasing levels so that they can stay longer and get better vehicle at each time. Yeah, if Andrew said that in a theme speech, we are going to carry this. Make sure you catch it on tape. It a tape? All right. Yeah. We come again, and we will also go to the embassies to negotiate a strategy of recruitment that allows us to plan better for the absence of teachers. We have situations, even in Portland, where you have some PE teachers teaching maths class because you don't have a maths teacher. That teacher is only there to create discipline, not to teach the subject. So we must have a system that the recruiter should come to a centralized area to say we are interested in ABC, and we then become prepared for the loss of ABC. But to satisfy
those with Robinhood Gold can enjoy a 3% IRA match. Tremendous.
Managers, dry your tears.
So you're getting some of the best minds of Jamaica, graduating with degrees in economics and actuarial sciences, wouldn't normally go teach maths. But when they sign up for the Teach First program, they come back, some teach field picnic bright like Morning Star. They come back down to Portland before them go into their true careers and take a 2 years and teach first. That's why we say don't put small minds to solve big problems, because they're not thinking these creative strategies that we have to go forward. We then look at CASE. And we have long envisioned that CASE should transform from a college to a university. And that university should becoming a provider of agricultural skill sets for the entire Caribbean. Whenever Ralph Gonsalves have 2 youth who want to study agriculture, it should compete with St. Augustine. That you send them to case with agriculture research, with the different types of crops that we can implement, with entrepreneurship training, but also to provide sufficient teachers in the area of agriculture that we can move forward. The final part we're willing to separate with before the budget, because there's more, is to also introduce vocational education from 10th grade for the heart program. The pathway that you have for 13th grade should mean a child could choose a vocational pathway and move from 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, and 13th grade to have a level 4 in heart to graduate at that level. That person that leave with a level 4 in heart will then be able to go to UTech or any other degree program because he now has conquered the vocational level. What we have is to give them level 2 and then tell them they have to go all the way down to Buff Bay or go all the way up to Mansion Hill, a whole different process and procedure. And when they apply it full, and it full for how long, and when they eventually go, they can't get the certificate, and it becomes crazy. So from the heart funds, we will put an infrastructure within each school for at least 4 vocational offerings. And that will be able to take the child in the day, and then to take the adult in the night. If we are able to put in the labs, the vocational labs for welding and for plumbing and for steel work, and we go as far as to landscaping and for culinary arts in the secondary schools, then we can expand Heart's reach to evening schools for adults to use the same labs that our children use in the day. So you now have to take bus now from one place, go all the way, him have to find money, him give up before he gets what is necessary. And when we therefore go to the airport, I want a Jamaica, I want a East Portland that now asks for farm work yard. You ask for skill work yard. That we have a new program that evolves out of Jamaica, that any country that need these skills, send a request for our skilled individuals to then come up and go look that same life that you're looking, lifting up apple and picking strawberries. And so when the PMP, which have always been the authority on education, that has always had a competitive advantage in education, gets another chance, we will make sure that hunger isn't the determination of performance. I see in the newspaper that says some children will get breakfast. We guarantee 1 meal per child in school. Every young child that goes to a school in Jamaica should be guaranteed at least 1 meal. 5 days per week. That is going to be the change. That is going to be the transition that moves us from 18% to 80%. So the next time you listen to the radio and they say the PMP have no ideas, just send them the video from health, from education, from agriculture, and from tourism. So not only Portland feels the heat, but Jamaica feels the heat as well. Thank you and good afternoon.
I just realized that what I thought would have been an easy job turns out to be the hardest job, because I had to stand for 4 minutes. Because when I stand up, it's the 1 minute marker for the speaker to wrap up. And I had to stand up for 4 minutes for my friend from across the road of St. George's College to know it was a wrap-up time. I'd like to also acknowledge that present with us, we have Chief Richard Corey, Ambassador Anu El, Major Rohan Harris, and Abeng Custodian Avian Barnes. Continuing with the heat, we invite Comrade Dr. Andre Horton, who will be speaking about innovation and economics. Of course, he will also be speaking on the importance of both of those concepts to modernizing Jamaica's agricultural sector. Please make him welcome.
Thank you so much, Moderator Raymond, for your introduction. Comrade Mark Golden, our next Prime Minister. Give him a round of applause. Big him up every time. Such an astute fellow. Comrade ISAT Buchanan. The last time I came to Portland was my first time speaking on a political platform. ISAT, I recognize the work that you have been doing here. Very good work, and I've supported that work from day one. And you too should continue to support the work that he is doing out here in Portland. Comrade Ralph Taylor Wright, don't mind Alfred, he doesn't understand. If there ever was an incubator for leaders, not just for Jamaica and the Caribbean, it is the land of Tayloria. It's written in the mountains. Written in the mountains. Comrade and friends, also have to big up my colleagues who are here, Comrade Dawes and others. Chief Curry, big up yourself every time. Welcome as well. Comrades, last year the Jamaican economy declined by 1%. What happened was that it started growing in the first half of the year, but by the time it got to the third quarter, the economy declined by 3.5%, and by it got to the fourth quarter, it declined by a further 1.8%. Now, many of us hear about economic growth, and we hear about economic contractions that lead to recessions, and currently there's a big debate between the JLP government, the PIOJ, and the Oxford Dictionary as to what a recession is. The dictionary says that a recession is 2 consecutive periods of negative growth. But the government tries to mask their definition by saying that there are other factors that contribute to a recession. They go on by saying that they have been increasing employment, so we should feel good that more people are working. In a country like Jamaica, of such remarkable people, people with such high ambitions, people who want to see the future of the country resembling that of the United States of America, resembling that of a Mauritius, a Singapore, resembling that of a modern metropole that provides the right level of resources. Dr. Dawes came, he spoke about healthcare. Damien came, he spoke about education. These pillars are what determine what a modern country looks like. Currently in Jamaica, over 60% of the population has no diploma, which means that they did not graduate from high school. And what my research has showed is that our inability to grow rests in one main factor: our productivity. Over the last 3 to 4 decades, Jamaica's productivity has been on a steady decline. And along with the decline in productivity is the real wages. They look like a one-to-one graph going down a hill. And why we have to mention productivity and wages? Because productivity is what drives the wages of a country. The more you produce per hour, the more you can sell, the more you earn income, the more income is distributed to the people who produced those goods. And it is important because every year we want to see the country grow. And we talk about growth, right? It's a big thing in the news every time. Jamaica wants to grow. I mean, in 2016, the government came out and they said that in 4 years, they envision that the country is going to grow by 5% per annum. It has now been 9 years and the country is experiencing negative growth. Jamaica is what is called a small island developing state, a SID. And being a SID, it means...
Did you know that you do not have to wait until you pass to receive a payout from your life insurance policy?
From external economies, it seems that the negative shocks have been impacting us more and more and more compared to the positive shocks. Now, I want you to think about the economy and think about what is it that you want for yourself and what is it that you want for your children and your children's children. Think about an economy that is growing less than it did last year, but it's employing more people than it did last year. It means that we have our people working without the right compensation because it's like too many cooks spoil the broth. More people being employed and you're producing less. Some of the people need to get out the kitchen. The heat is on. Jamaica has far more potential than that. From a macroeconomic standpoint, my research has shown that the productivity is impacted by two main factors. One, human capital development, which is the level of education of our people. And two, the level of corruption that has been taking place in this country. And we cannot stand on a platform and speak about the leadership of Jamaica without talking about the negative impact that corruption, the negative impact that the embezzlement from government programs, the negative impact that the three-tier contract system, 20% here, 20% there, 20% there, only 40% left to do the work. This has to stop. And that is why I'm happy that we have a leader like Mark Golding, a man of integrity, a man of character, a man who does not see the budget as a purse to rob, but as a man who will invest in the country with all his effort and his ability to make Jamaica a better place.
Oh, just like in the holidays, come on the pagan.
The People's National Party is coming to change the face of Jamaica. The People's National Party is going to put in order all the industries where they ought to be. We face challenges in healthcare. When you look across the country, and Dr. Dawes said it, the level of technological and innovational inputs that we need is just not there. In Montego Bay, where I am, the Cornwall Regional Hospital is a disgrace. CT scan, people have to leave the hospital to go get that done privately. Sometimes not even a simple x-ray they can get done at the hospital, and this has to change. Our young people are disenfranchised from the current way they are being taught. They are seeing the future ahead, and we are holding them in the present and the past. With the advent of the fourth industrial revolution, AI, Internet of Things, now more than ever, we have to position our people to take full advantage of where the world is going. And let me take you back down memory lane. In 1950, technology represented 0% of China's GDP. At that time, countries recognized the technological boom that the world was going to embark on. China, Singapore, Japan, Hong Kong, Taiwan, even the simple United States took full advantage to include technology in all their industries. So you're talking about technology in healthcare, technology in education, technology in agriculture, technology in finance, which is very important. Fast forward to today, technology represents over 32% of China's GDP. If I were to ask you what percentage of Jamaica's GDP is technology today, you could not answer. And you cannot answer because it is not measured. So the first thing we have to do is to do an audit of the technological inputs that are needed to assist each industry to improve on their output. In order for us to infuse technology, we have to have the human capital to do so. Over 25,000 Jamaicans migrate every year, our youngest and our brightest. When other countries have programs in place to attract youngest and brightest and to keep the youngest and brightest, Jamaica have programs in place to deter the youngest and brightest from even participating in the labor market. So many people see me and say, Andre, what are you doing in Jamaica? The country is so backward, your skills are so forward, come here. And I say to them, I did my PhD between 2007 and 2011 when the world itself was going through a huge financial crisis. When the world is going through a financial crisis, you tend to wonder what is the impact that this crisis is going to have on your island home. And I thought about it, and much of my research speaks about it. Look at how asset prices impact the economy. Looks at the interest rate pass through from the central bank to the commercial bank to the consumer. And what we have been seeing is that over the last 5 years, macroeconomic policy, especially monetary policy, has not been facilitating to growth. And what do we mean? We have what is called reactive monetary policy. So we only change interest rates when America changes interest rates. I said to them, listen, if we want to boost output, we have to make investments cheaper for our investors. What is the price of investment? It is the interest rates. So if you are coming out of COVID-19 and you believe that you need to increase interest rate to prevent capital flight, you also have to understand that that increase in interest rate is going to deter investment. Because when a man has interest rates of 6%, it's easier for him to borrow money than an interest rate of 10%. So we have to now understand that money is the engine of growth where investments are concerned. So the central bank also has a role to play in facilitating how the economy grows. We have to begin to look at how fiscal and monetary policy can work together to create the change that Jamaica needs. Fundamentally, and it's not just a Jamaica problem, intra-regional trade in the Caribbean is less than 10%. The lowest in any trading bloc across the world. When you talk about intra-regional trade, you're talking about trade between countries. In Europe, intra-regional trade is over 40%. Why? Because you have Germany making the cars and they sell the cars to the rest of Europe. Then you have France making the wine and the liquor. They sell that to the rest of Europe. Italy is making the fashion. They sell that to the rest of Europe. England make the empty containers and send them to your country, full them and then take it back. So each country is producing a product that is demanded by the other countries around them, and as a result they can trade and earn an income. In the Caribbean, most of us produce the same goods, and as a result it makes it very difficult for us to trade amongst ourselves. A couple of years ago I wrote a paper, myself, Dr. Emmanuel and Dr. Knife, establishing the Caribbean cannabis economy. It's in drug and alcohol policy today. You can go and check it out. We recognize that the cannabis industry, ganja of which we speak, has the potential to earn for Jamaica over $11.1 billion US per year, which is over like 70% of our GDP. And not just for us, for other Caribbean countries to come into play based on their topography. We can grow a type of ganja that is good for Alzheimer's over in St. Vincent. We can grow a type of ganja that is good for cancer. over there in Dominica. We can grow a type of ganja that is good for ADSD over there in St. Kitts. And we can grow a type of ganja that is good for a different type of cancer in Jamaica. And we can trade amongst each other where those medicines are concerned. We have to begin to think about the goods that possess value. We cannot expect at any stage to want to produce low-valued goods and trade it for high-valued imports from abroad. We cannot expect to grow low-valued agricultural crops and trade them for high-valued technology goods from abroad. Jamaica has a lot of potential, and as a government, the People's National Party is dedicated to dichotomizing, breaking down the challenges that we face economically, and putting the buffers in place to ensure that Jamaica does not remain on this 1% that it has been on over the last 40 years. Time come for better industries. Time come for infusing technology in our industries. Time come for leadership who understand the challenges of the country. Time come for us to recognize that out of many, we are one people, and it's not just providing resources for the rich, but it's providing resources to elevate the poorer class of people and move them up into what we call the middle class. And it is our mantra. The middle class now, based on my estimation, is 10%. We need to bring that to 50%. And this PNP government is dedicated to improving Jamaica's middle class and to raise our standard of living and our income from a mere $7,000 per annum to over 13,000 US dollars per annum. And it is achievable. Time come for change. Time come for difference. Have a wonderful evening, comrades.
Thank you very much, Comrade Andre. Doreen, are you left-handed or right-handed? You're right-handed. Are you left-sighted or right-sighted? Both sides. So, because Damien right-sided, and I was standing to his left, and Andre right-sided, and I was standing to his left. So since you are ambidextrous, no matter where I stand up, please welcome Comrade Doreen Campbell. She's bringing the heat on tourism. By the way, yesterday was International Women's Day. Happy belated International Women's Day to the ladies in the audience and to the lady who now comes to the podium.
Thank you, my comrade brother, moderator from St. Catherine, which has already indicated that no matter how they gerrymander, he is still going to give them a political backsliding over there. Comrades, comrade party leader and next Prime Minister of Jamaica, Mark Jefferson Golden, hurry up. Them take too long. Them get a fake poll, and the fake poll said them was 5% ahead, but them still never call it. Still never call it. The man of the moment and the next member of parliament for Eastern Portland, Comrade ISAT Buchanon. I want to recognize a gentleman that I've only seen on TV. And because of Comrade ISAT Buchanan's initiative, I am blessed to stand on the podium with him. And I want to say a big welcome to the most beautiful parish of Jamaica, I want to welcome you, Comrade Ralph Gonsalves, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This is Portland at its best. You know, comrades, I wrote what I wanted to say because you don't see me very often on the platform like the speakers before me. So I make sure to write down the things I wanted to say. But comrades, I also, before I go any further, want to recognize my fellow colleagues in the House. I see when Comrade Damien come in, the place get excited. Dr. Dawes, Dr. Andre. But most importantly, I want to recognize you, the comrades who came out this evening to support the initiative of Comrade ISAT Buchanan. Comrades, it's important. It is very important, comrades, to bring the heat this evening. While speaking, we have to emphasize the failure of a member of parliament of 18 years to develop any industry and any meaningful employment or any way of living for the people of West Portland and now East Portland. To the honored guest here, we must bring the heat by putting forward plans by the next PNP administration to grow the economy of Portland and to move the people, our people, from a low-tech, low-growth, and low-income economy. The present administration, ladies and gentlemen, broke ground the other day. I don't know how many of you remembered. They broke ground the other day, just up the road by the courthouse, that they were going to erect an urban center. All that is going to do is move jobs from uptown to downtown, or from downtown to uptown. Depends on how you want to look at it. But I'm calling on the government, and as a matter of fact, them time's soon up. So, comrade leader, let me address you with this. The next PNP administration don't need to focus on that urban center. Whatever resources that is allocated to the parish of Portland should be spent on developing the East Harbor right here in Port Antonio. Comrade leader, the East Harbor, once developed, is capable of docking megaliners that carries 4,000 to 5,000 passengers at a time. The urban center, comrade leader, it won't bring any new jobs. It won't bring any new money. But just close your eyes for a minute and think what an injection of 5,000 visitors disembarking at the dock on the East Harbor, what it means for the economy of East and Western Portland. Comrades and friends, because I know we have not just comrades here. I see a whole heap of orange, but I know we have other persons here. but we're beamed all over the world. So I want to also acknowledge those online. We have natural resources and attractions here in Portland. We have the Blue Mountain Bicycle Tour in the west, Somerset Falls in the west. And let me just put on notice that it is my intention to develop the community of Chelsea in the Swift River Valley as one of the newest attractions to Portland. We have rafting, ladies and gentlemen, comrades all. We have rafting on the Rio Grande. We have Reach Falls, Nanny Falls, the Blue Lagoon. We have the world famous Boston Jerk, Nonsuch Cave, Moortown Maroons in the east, and my own Charlestown Maroon in the west. So heritage tourism, it is at our fingertips. Actually, UNESCO has named the Blue and John Crow Mountains as a World Heritage Site, which is located, Sir Ralph, right here in Portland. Therefore, ecotourism will be a central focus of the next PNP administration. We are excited about the flora and the fauna and the hundreds of herbs with medicinal properties that is found in this area. We have also different species of birds and the swallowtail butterfly, which can only be found in the Blue and John Crow Mountains. Just a little bit of history today. Comrades, to my right is 78 acres of land that we call Navy Island. That Comrade Shaka fame. A lot of you kind of get used to Comrade Shaka fame talking about the World Reggae Park and statue of reggae icons. We can actually repeat it because him said so many times. The Bob Marley Suite, the Rita Marley Spa, and so on. But comrades, it is a project that is worth exploring. But in Western Portland, we have, comrade leader, the Ken Jones Aerodrome that looks beautiful on the outside. It looks like it contributes something to Portland from the outside, but actually doesn't bring any serious value, whether visitors or financial, to the parish of Portland. Therefore, the next PNP administration will speed up the feasibility study that they have been taking forever. Since 2009, they seem to have been doing a feasibility study, and the feasibility study says that the 400 additional feet that is needed is not worth the development. And if it's therefore not worth the development, comrade leader, Portland is a parish with a lot of land, available land. And it is important for the future development of tourism in Portland that, just like the Ian Flemings Airport in St. Mary, that Portland be afforded an airport that can land passenger planes of a certain size, just like the Ian Flemings Airport. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades all, the next PNP administration will expand tourism beyond all-inclusive resorts to include
Panama City Beach, where you can be you.
will truly transform the parish of Portland by investing in modern infrastructure, including, and I know some people take praise, Comrade Leader, Comrade ISAT, some people take praise the beautiful highway or the road that comes down into Port Antonio. But when it was conceptualized, they were not even considered. But the next PNP administration will improve the inner roads to enhance accessibility to a number of these attractions that is located inland. The next PNP administration will ensure that the two major clinics that now exist, one in Port Antonio and the other one in Buff Bay, is upgraded to an urgent care facility operating 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 12 midnight. That way, it will ease the burden on the Port Antonio Hospital and the Anata Bay Hospital. And I'm glad I'm only here to talk on tourism because my heart is full when it comes to health care in the western side of Portland. Because we don't have no hospital, we don't have a proper clinic down there, and every single baby that is born from Western Portland, Comrade Leader, they have to either rush to Port Antonio Hospital, or most of them, Comrade Leader, unfortunately, is born in the parish of St. Mary. We don't have no baby born in a West Portland. Nowhere. But I am not here today to speak about that. The next PNP administration will relocate the Hope Bay Police Station back to its original place, which is the center of the town. That way, it is better able to provide security for businesses and the residents. Most importantly, we will explore legislation to earmark specific local tourism zones where Jamaicans, Portlanders, entrepreneurs, and small business people are given priority for investment and ownership. This legislation will ensure that all tourism businesses in this zone remain majority owned by Jamaicans. And Comrade Leader, the next PNP administration, as I said earlier, will be taking a look at healthcare and medical tourism. Let me explain what that means. Portland, when you breathe, you don't breathe pollution, carbon monoxide, like if you go to Kingston and other places. The air here is pure. It is perfect for assisted living facilities. I don't know how many people understand when I say assisted living facility, what it means. But a lot of persons, when their families become older, they're not able to take care of them. So they want to pay somebody to take care of them. So a community is developed with a helipad on top and allow persons from far and wide to be able to take their elderly here in Portland to live out their very last days comfortably. Time come for a comprehensive plan and a comprehensive look, comrades. We have to look at the street people and those of unsound mind from the street on the streets of Port Antonio and ensure a suitable home is found for them. Time come now for the public roads to the Blue Lagoon to be open to all. Time come now for Portland to receive its fair share of the national tourism advertising budget. The hoteliers need our help, comrade leader. The Juta tour operators need our help. The craft vendors need our help. And the Airbnb operators, they need our help. Time come now for Portland to receive its fair share of the Tourism Enhancement Fund so we can beautify our towns and have better roads leading to our different attractions. Citizens of Portland, time come for new leadership. We have a family that have been in charge. We have a family that have been in charge of the parish for the past 18 years that showed great disrespect the other day by calling this beautiful parish Vaasland. After all that we have been through with slavery, with the Maroons running away from the plantation, they are now saying that we are living on their plantation. We refuse to live on any plantation, and we call on the people of East and West Portland to return these two constituencies to the People's National Party. Where over here we have Comrade ISAT Buchanan, and in the West you have yours truly, Doreen Campbell. The time for change is now. Time for change is now. And the time for change is upon us. I thank you. The word is love.
Comrade. Thank you, Comrade Campbell. All right, so comrades, by the way, I have some persons watching on the live. So let me just say quickly to Comrade Shernet Appleby, a special good evening. And to the other comrade, a female comrade who says, don't call my name, who warned me not to interrupt Comrade Doreen Campbell until she done. Or I could not pass back over the causeway. However, she did her presentation in perfect timing. We're going to change it up a little bit more. We're going to have a cultural rendition given to us by the Moortown Maroons. So we are going to be doing a little bit of shifting on the stage. When we return, we are going straight into the premium time of this evening, where our presenters will be the incoming Prime Minister of Jamaica, the current Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and the next Member of Parliament for Portland Eastern, Comrade ISAT Buchanan.
We've got great news for seniors. The Social Security Administration has made a small burial fund available.
Jam breaker, jam moko, jam breaker, jam breaker. Oh day, 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 oh day. Maroon making, moko jam, moko jam, moko jam. Money boy, in a money boy, stand by me, sir, stand by me boy, in a money boy, in a money boy, stand by me, sir, stand by me boy, stand by me boy, Dana shoot, Dana shoot, Dana shoot, Dana shoot, Dana shoot, stand by me boy, stand by me, sir, stand by me boy, bunny boy. Dan bunny boy. Dan bunny mister. Dan bunny boy. Dan bunny boy. Dan bunny boy. Dan bunny boy. Dan bunny mister. Dan bunny boy. Dan bunny boy. Dan I shoot. Dan I shoot. Dan I shoot. Dan I shoot. Dan I shoot.
Can someone on the media platform say if this position is okay? All right, so we're going to ask our special guests to remain where you are because of the light on the inside of the stage where the podium was, the speaker appeared in silhouette. So we're doing some engineering adjustments. Yes, you can. Thank you very much. So, we've started to receive the questions as requested, and we're going to be doing the question and answer section soon enough. But for now, I'm going to ask us, after especially that invigorating performance by the Moortown Maroons, to be upstanding and let us acknowledge not only the performers, but let us prepare ourselves, our minds and our bodies, as we get the presentations now from the incoming Member of Parliament for East Portland. So please stand and give him a rousing round of applause as he comes to the podium. ISAT Buchanon, and I can actually now call him ISAT, my comrade brother, because normally when we appear together, we can't use our first names, which our first name is Comrade. I'm going to introduce him in a very succinct way. He exemplifies the belief that every human being is entitled to a second chance. His career, relatively short in his chosen field, the legal profession, can be characterized in one word: possible. Where many persons would say the cases he has led that a positive outcome was impossible, ISAT has shown that indeed it is possible. Comrade Doreen made an interesting analogy. Never thought about it before. One person in particular loved to talk about the 18 years. Tonight we can tell him the next time him open his mouth about 18 years, look at the man in the mirror, because he has had 18 years and Portland has suffered for that. She gave another analogy about the work of Nanny and others to liberate us from estate living, and now to come in 2025 and to be told that all of us are on their estate. If one person can do the possible, which is to liberate East Portland and lift his sister's chances of liberating West Portland, please welcome your liberator, Comrade ISAT Buchanan.
Blessings, blessings, and greetings. And it's always a pleasure to see so many people gathered in one place, knowing that we are fighting for the same cause, change for Jamaica. And we are fighting to ensure that the future of our children and the generations that follow is one that is bright, one that is orange, and one that is filled with the endless amount of possibilities. So as I greet the next Prime Minister of Jamaica and say welcome to Portland from ISAT Buchanan, and as I greet the world boss himself, soon to be the 6-star general from St. Vincent, Comrade Ralph Gonsalves, Prime Minister of St. Vincent, I say welcome to East Portland. To the future ministers and future member of parliaments that sit among us, the greatness that is Jamaica's future. As well as I'm saying a special welcome to my visitor, and I will ask you to stand, Minister Brewster, and put you on live to let them know that this medical doctor is a professional politician because the people needs him. That is the type of energy that we are bringing to Portland Eastern and Portland Western. It's one Portland, never Varsland. And as I right now summon the spirit of Nani, and I have brought the Maroons here from all the way of a compound. Chief, I'm asking you to stand. Your presence.
Soup up your shopping cart. Find the chef-crafted Panera soups you crave, now at your grocery.
I know I wasn't deaf, but I hear broke the vase, and my foot just a go so. And I see Doreen foot just a go so. So just remember that. If you never hear it, I know 2 people right now that shiver every time and very nervous. They're looking in the gleaner and they're nervous. I'll soon tell you why. But I come to talk to you tonight about vision. And don't worry, I know David say, even when him think it, them steal it. Well, there are some people that when they speak it into existence, there are those who can't copy it. There are those who can't bring it into reality. I am one of those persons, and everything I say tonight will come to pass. And I want to start with the youth of Portland. Because no matter how it is, everywhere we go across Jamaica, there is a disconnect in terms of including the youth as the future. If you don't believe me, the Prime Minister have a habit of labeling the youth of this country violence contributors. If they get themselves in trouble, they say, meet the judge or meet your maker. All of these are statements that is an attack on the Constitution, the right to life. I will call it no other thing but incitement to murder. It must be rejected. Now, the future of the youth of Portland is what we must invest in. And to do so, we have to see them, we have to speak to them, and we have to encourage them, even when they're falling short in the education department. We have to set them back on that train to ensure that they get that education. How is it that we're going to do that? We meet them halfway, certainly not by telling them to rub out them hand middle. We're rejecting that. We're mashing that down and we're broken vase for that. Yes? I rebuke it. Oh, no. Ball out! All right. But now, listen. In keeping with what is my belief, that no matter what you go through in life, and I'm talking to the youth right now, Because I know they see me, because I am them and they are me, just like I am you and you are me. Your future is what God has set for you. Let no man speak any negativity into your life. And so in order to do that, you have to believe in yourself and you have to set yourself on a path. But what is the path? Well, you must get some government assistance and you must have a strong advocate to say, Mr. Prime Minister, I'm pressuring me, I can't go back to my constituency unless we have something for the youth. Yes. And the answers that come from that is your future. That is what you need. A member of parliament who will ensure that you are included. I am your voice. Currently, you have no voice at all. And while there are some that can dance their way to the prosperity, the true meaning of upliftment will come from strong advocacy. And that is my message to the youth. Now, when it comes to education, you have heard from the next education minister. I don't need to take it any higher, but to say there is equity in education, a sense of ensuring that every single child have access to the opportunity to become the best versions of themselves. How to do that? Well, I came to Portland Eastern and I identified that in 2025, a part of a positive education or a strong access to education is the technology, access to technology. So I am committed to complete what people say is the impossible, to ensure that every child in Portland Eastern has a tablet. And I've been doing good so far because we are at 1,000 plus tablets. Now, while it is that Mr. Crawford is the education minister, it does not stop me and prevent me as your next member of parliament from adopting a school. So I don't want the other schools to be jealous, but Fair Prospect High School is a school that I have chosen to adopt. And here is why. It has been labeled the dunce school. And we have to break that lie, mash that down, and ensure that the children have the type of internal locus of control, that thing, they call it vavavoom, oomph, to feel that they too can compete in the market. They don't have to dream of Teachfield only. They don't have to dream of Compre. They don't have to say, I wonder if one day I can go to Campion, because the quality education is right here in their school where they are assigned to, Fair Prospect High School. And I want you to vision that for your children, so that when they say, listen, I want to be an attorney, you don't worry about the money. Tell them to have the qualifications and the rest will come. Because certainly that's what happened in my life. And I want that for your children. Now, agriculture. Because some people say, boy, Mr. Buchanan, you love talk about this education thing, but me as a man will like work for my own and I'm good at this. You always have to meet the people with the skill sets that they have and then show them how to improve on that. How are we going to do that? Always. Everything I'm talking about. I hear Miss Sherry over there, she goes say, we want money. We need money to do everything. So if people are farming, they need the assistance. We are in a parish where water is running rampant through streams and waterfalls and rivers. And guess what? It drying at the pipe. If you're not by the water, you're dead for thirsty. And when we talk about buying water, I did say and, not and. Because you have to buy it from the vase truck in a what them call vase land, and the last time I checked is Portland. So we have to ensure that what we think about is catchment areas. How do we go about Not the areas where we're simply going to just turn on the pipe when I win, but how we are going to channel the water, catch the water, store the water. And without giving out that plan, I'm going to tell you that it is a simple fix. And fret not thyself. So if you love water, just vote for me. I promise you'll be all right. If you like beard, vote for me. Now, we talk about economics, and I listen to Dr. Harton, and him, me not understand not the way he says still, but it sounds good. And it always, you know, it really takes just a little bit of competence to know when you're fool in some areas. So there is currently in the government, this current government like to put the PR minister for Minister of Health, the health doctor for the Minister of Security. That's why crime is so high, because I don't know nothing. So when you know that you don't know nothing, you seek the professionals. What I can tell you is that the economy in Portland Eastern, right as I'm talking to you, is dead. We now have none. Yes? The business owners by themselves are key.
We have lost the audio clipping and live feed from the event coming into us from Portland, where the future Member of Parliament, Attorney at Law, ISAT Buchanan, is giving a speech. We're trying to get back the live feed courtesy of BOJ TV. Their system is frozen along with ours, so just bear with us, please.
Offered to Portland Eastern. What does that look like? Well, while your prime minister is running around saying, I have one house here, and there's confusion whether the person has the title and the fee simple ownership to pass to the next generation. We have a man on this stage in a country similar situated as Portland Eastern and Portland Western, Portland Parish, that is building 2,800 houses since Beryl. Wow. Beryl that just passed. And while your government says, is Beryl it's not a recession, it's not a compression, it's not any ession. The reality is your government has failed you. And that is why time comes for change. Now, everything when we're bringing the heat is tied and connected, so I don't have to repeat. But when we speak of health, and I'm ending at the health part, mental health is an area that people do not understand, but it's so important because we are nothing without our health. And if our health is neglected, it is tied and attached to our right to life. This government is stifling your life, a healthy life, a mentally healthy life. And when you think of your brothers and sisters, whether it be at school age or thereafter, who was never assessed for learning disabilities, for different mental disorders. It is because the government, as it is right now, does not understand it. And while it is, they may have senators that think they are qualified to diagnose. Reject it. Because insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And so there can be no third term. None. That is what you're going to mash down. Reject it. And how we come together as the people of Portland Eastern, and I know Jamaica at large as I speak to you, I'm going to tell you something about Duppy's story and the truth. I'm going to tell you something about what is the facts, and you must check it. Don't make media turn it and twist it and flip it and reverse it. And a music, your life is not a musical. Reject it. So let's start this way. It is a fact that we are in a recession. Anything else is Duppy's story. It is a fact that in Portland Eastern, them take away Blue Lagoon from the men who used to make a living there. It is a fact. Me not come off of the Blue Lagoon yet. Me not have no villa down there. So I'm going to tell you something why I can talk up for you. It is a fact that the road that is blocked by a security company that nobody wants to admit who is paying them. Yes, it is a fact that that road is a parish council road, and the parish council has the responsibility to give you complete access to it. Anything else is Duppy's story. Don't matter how much time you put press releases in the media. Reject it. Dash it away. You can't twist and flip and reverse the truth. It is a fact that while I am speaking to you, this beautiful parish, Prospect fishing village is being taken away from the young men and women who have lease agreements and who have their businesses that they strive and survive from. It is a fact that Winifred Beach, some umpy-scumpy things going on there. More to come. It is a fact that Sanko Beach is taken away from the people, regardless of the arrangement. It is a fact that everything that is beautiful that belongs to you, you are being disenfranchised from this current government, and your MP is incapable of advocating for you. Yes? It is a fact that anything and anyone who come and try to refute anything I just said is giving you Duppy's story. I'm going to tell you one more fact, because it's not only Uni watching. It is a fact that any member of parliament or any person who feel in 2025 you can play the race card on one of the blackest man in the land who will be your next prime minister, you is a dunce. Do that and beat me. Make sure you're looking at the camera. So you see, right now, I hear people talk about you're going to rub out and you're going to do this. Just call the election, because I promise you, it is a fact I will be your next MP. After the election is called, we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of healing. And I'm saying to every citizen of Portland, Portland is for you. Every person who not yet a comrade, come home. Yes? Those who are angry, come home. Those who were bamboozled and tricked, come home. Those who were given a t-shirt with a little something in it, come home. Don't take it this time. Dash with that. Send them out of the parish. Run them out. We hear about
If you're 55 or over, did you know you could leave your loved ones with an inheritance of up to 300,000?
Mash them down. Broke the vase. That is what we are here to do. And anybody who is afraid of me, I am here to advocate to you. Your free speech is yours. Say anything you want, come me, I go come to court and defend you for free. The word is love.
Just like in the hall of the king. All them.
Don't take it lightly, you know. Because right now, this is the most important candidate to ISAT Buchanan next to ISAT Buchanan. The Queen of the West, look at her.
You hear the sound, so? You hear the sound, so?
Comrades, talk about bringing the heat. When Comrade Doreen Campbell spoke, she expressed gratitude to Comrade ISAT for this forum. And I'm going to do the same. The first time I spoke to our next speaker, I was co-hosting with Anthony Abrahams on the Breakfast Club. He had been accused of meddling in the politics of Jamaica, and he refuted, rebuked it, and said he is as Jamaican as any Jamaican is, because he's a Caribbean man. Let us put our hands together and welcome Comrade Ralph Gonsalves.
Comrade Chairman, the President of the People's National Party, Mark Golden, my friend and brother and comrade, ISAT Buchanan, and all our friends and comrades and warriors present here. I came to Jamaica yesterday for one principal purpose: to speak at the University of the West Indies to students on the issue of leadership. ISAT, of course, whom I got to know personally last year, asked me if I can stay on and attend this event. And of course, I agreed to be at this forum. I came to Jamaica 59 years ago. I know Jamaica more than 80% of the people here listening to me, because I've been here before you. I don't know how many of you landed at Palisados in September 1966 before that. I don't know how many of you. Damien, you never land Palisados before me. And I was a student at the University of the West Indies for 5 years, from 1966 to 1971, where I did a first degree and a graduate degree. And I went away and did a PhD and returned in 1974 and taught at the University of the West Indies for 2 years here in Jamaica, and then was transferred to Barbados to teach at Cave Hill. And in 1979, I took a sabbatical and returned to St. Vincent and the Grenadines to assist the progressive forces who are engaged in the struggle for independence. And after we achieved independence, the government in Barbados declared me persona non grata, that I couldn't return to Barbados. I had a woman and a child, Jamaican woman. And I decided, well, if that is so, I will continue my political activism. And there are many countries in the region in 1979 which prevented me from entering. I was born a rebel. I was born with a rebel seed. I was a young rebel. I am today an old rebel. Wiser, more experience, and know how to do things fairly well. There are a lot of things to rebel against. A lot of things to do better. Poverty, poor health, unemployment, insecurity, crime. And you may be asking, well, why is it that this old man continues? I'm 78 years of age. And I do not intend to leave behind any unfinished task. I have been Prime Minister now for 24 years. From 2001. By the end of this year, when we go to the polls again, I would have served almost 25 years as the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The People's National Party and the Unity Labour Party and its predecessor, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Labour Party, have had party-to-party links going way back since the federal days. Were part of the West Indies Federal Labour Party. And of course, as a student in Jamaica, I was very much involved in political activities, and I knew Michael very well, and we corresponded. He was my friend. He was my comrade. He was my mentor. Now, I became president of the Guild of Students in 1968. And as a consequence of my role as a student leader, when the then government, headed by a good person, Hugh Lawson Shearer, was Prime Minister, the government decided to ban Walter Rodney on October the 15th. He had attended a Black Writers Conference in Montreal, Canada, and on his return, he was prevented from re-entering Jamaica. He had his wife here with a child, and his wife was pregnant. And when I heard about it the evening, I mobilized the students on and off the campus. And the next day, we marched in our thousands and were joined by thousands of Jamaicans of all walks of life to protest. We were beaten and tear-gassed. You can read about it. I've written about it. There's a monograph I've written. It's on Amazon. You can buy it, or you can find it in the library anywhere at the university here. And the campus was under siege for 2 weeks. When I say under siege with guns. And then we returned to classes. And shortly after we returned to classes, Sir Philip Sherlock, then Vice Chancellor, a great man, told me that the Jamaican government
Sign up for the PF Flat Card and get your first month free. $1 down, $24.99 a month. Deal ends March.
at University of West Indies in Trinidad. I went to the Faculty of Social Sciences where I was enrolled. Bruce Golding, my friend, was in that class. And I told Bruce, he said, no, they're making a big mistake. So he went to the office of the Secretary of the Economics Department and telephoned Eddie Siaga, who was then Minister of Finance and at Vale Royal. And Siaga invited Bruce, myself, and another Jamaican to come to dinner that evening. When I went to dinner that evening, Hugh Shearer called, and I spoke with him, and he said that they will reverse the order. So my friend Bruce Golding saved me from being deported from Jamaica. Sometimes when we got into conflict with one another in CARICOM, because sometimes our politics didn't see eye to eye. He said the worst decision I ever make is to save you from deportation from Jamaica. Now, when I came to the university in 1966, it had only been 5 years since Jamaica had voted to leave the Federation in a referendum. And when I came, the students from down in the Eastern Caribbean told me how Jamaicans don't like people from the Eastern Caribbean. The ghost of the federal past was still hovering like a nightmare. But I never like to take what people tell me. I like to find out for myself. And I began to travel all over Jamaica. I used to go on weekends, go up to Papine, the two buses which used to leave Papine to go downtown into Kingston. One was number 7. You remember the big Jolly Joe bus? Number 7 would take you past halfway, you go down to 3 Mile. And the number 6 could take you to Crossroad and go downtown, and you could stop Crossroad. And you can take the bus. And you can come through Yalas, Port Moran, coming right round to Port Antonio. And I used to put a change of clothes in my bag and my swim trunks. And I will go with no money in my pocket other than my bus fare. And every single Friday night and Saturday night, including in Port Antonio, they had a dance, a fete. And I will go, on every occasion, somebody will take me home. I was taken home in Port Antonio too. I know what's going through your head, but rebuke that thought. And I discovered that the Jamaican people, full of love. And I had to tell my brethren and sisters from the Eastern Caribbean, y'all not reaching out. You have something in your head and you let that torment you. And I went with some other students in January of 1967, organized with the Cosmos of Westmoreland. I was in Jamaica only 3 months. And I went down there with about 20 other students. And we spent nearly 3 weeks. And I did laboring work, helping to build a day nursery down in Savlamar. It is when I went down there that there was a lady from Westmoreland, was also a student. I really didn't know her before. And I saw that maybe she was more interested in bringing water for me. And as the Holy Scriptures say, some begatting took place. And the young man who came forth is currently the Minister of Finance in my government, my son. Camilo. I give you the shortened version of my involvement. I give you the King James version. Rastaman, I ain't get the Maccabees. If I get the Maccabees, we're going to stay here all night. Now, I read about this Buchanan fella. How he was so persistent with Vibes Cartel. And that he won a case at the Privy Council when everybody thought it was impossible. But I didn't really pay any attention other than that. You know, I listen to Vibes music. I like it. I'm wearing Clarks. I don't want Popcorn get vexed with me. He's a Clarks man too. So my secretary told me that ISAT Buchanan is on the phone. So I said, put him through. He said, Prime Minister, I am ISAT Buchanan, a lawyer from Jamaica. I had to put him at ease. He was very formal. I said, tell me something. You are related to the Redskin Buchanan them in St. Elizabeth who don't support the PNP? He tell me yes. I say, go on, talk. Tell me what it's about. And he told me about the illness of Vibes Cartel. And that he had heard that we had a special facility in my country and that we had specialists in endocrinology dealing with hypo and hypothyroidism and internal medicine. I told him, yes, we have some Cuban and Indian experts. And if he wanted to come, it's fine with me. I will have him facilitated to get treatment. And I told him, I say, and you'd remember this. And I told Vibes the same thing, told Cartel the same thing. I said in the book of the prophet Micah, the question was posed and answered. What does the Lord require of us? To do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with our God. I said, the act which I'm doing for Cartel is an act of mercy. Because all of us, we are on the dangerous road to Jericho. And we don't know who is going to be robbed on the highway. Who is going to need his or her wounds to be bunged. Because remember, the priest passed by. The Levites walked by. The Levite is a public servant, Well, the lawyer passed by. I wasn't surprised at that. Except the lawyer named ISAT. Except the lawyer named ISAT. But along came the good Samaritan. There are a lot of men who preach things even inside of the church and don't preach it right, That is why Bob Marley said, I feel like bombing a church because the preacher, I found him that he was lying. So some light, but you have many, many good preachers, most of them good. No. He said, Cartel is here. And he wanted to talk to you. And he came on. And he said, Vincent world boss, the Jamaican world boss talking to you. I said, tell me. He spoke and he came. I know a lot of persons were surprised across the Caribbean. I got calls. How you can do this? Well, I just explained to you about the book of Micah. But Vibes then decided to tell me something that I know.
Heat up your shopping cart. Find the chef-crafted Panera faves you crave, now at your grocery.
Woman family name. He tell me Cabral. I said, what is your first name? She told me. I said, that woman is my family. You hear me? And then I got confirmation by that the good Lord works in mysterious ways, his wonders to perform. No, you can't use his defense of Cartel to beat him with a stick. And anybody who does that would be wrong. I don't think that anybody is doing so. But persons may be tempted to do so, and that would be wrong. Tonight, I listened. Well, let me finish this part of the story with Cartel. He came to St. Vincent, and the young entertainers said they wanted to meet him. So I organized a session. And the first thing that Vibes Cartel told them, it's there on YouTube, you can see it. He said, I don't know about jail in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but Jamaica jail is nice, and I spent 12 years. He said, I don't know any jail which is nice. So I want to tell all you young men and women, stay on the right side of the law. Do not get involved in any trouble. And stay away from jail. Well, a lot of those young persons, many persons, including priests and teachers and politicians, can't reach them. But he was able to reach them. And I thank him for that. You know, there was a man once. You can look him up, you can Google him. His name is John Newton. John Newton was the captain of a slave ship. And John Newton began a process of change, having had a conversation with an old man in a place called Sandy Point in St. Kitts, who told him that what he was doing was wrong. And he reflected on this conversation. And not too long afterwards, John Newton stopped this wicked act of transporting enslaved African bodies. He became an Anglican minister. And he penned one of the most powerful hymns ever in Christianity. And it's sung every day in our churches. Amazing grace. How sweet the song that saved a wretch like me. I once was blind. Brother Brewster, you're a preacher. And now I see. He emphasized that grace has saved him thus far, and grace will lead him home. The entire Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament, and the New Testament, including the books of Maccabees and all those which were left out in the King James Version in 1611. All of them is preaching redemption. One of the most powerful songs that Bob Marley ever recorded was Redemption Song. You know, I heard my brother spoke about second chances. I'm not dealing with second chances. I'm dealing with redemption. Last night, a student asked me a question. Prime Minister, you have spoken a lot about leadership. Tell me in one word, what is the most important quality for a leader? And the vice principal of the university was sitting next to me. Said, Prime Minister, that's a difficult one. I said, no, actually, it's easy. And I went to the microphone and told her the most important quality for a leader is love. If you don't love people, you can't lead them. And love is a never fixed mark that looks on tempests and is never shaken. When you love, volcano can't shake it, beryl can't shake it, tsunami can't shake it. I know nowadays a lot of people prefer another four-letter word. I wouldn't go there, but love, L-O-V-E, the most important quality. And a leader must have energy and will, vision and skill, plus an X factor. What is the X factor? It comes from love, you know. And what is this? A lot of leaders say important thing for them to do is to inspire. Inspire means to put in. And that's important. To put in goodness, high quality and nobility in persons whom you are leading. And relatively speaking, that is easy. The more important thing, the more difficult thing is not to put in, but to take out from the persons whom you are leading their goodness, their high quality, and their nobility. And often to take out their high quality, nobility, and to take it out often when they themselves do not yet know that they possess such high quality or nobility or goodness. Every single person here, every human being has in him or her goodness, high quality, and nobility. The question is how to take it out. Damien? And you can't take it out unless you have love. It's not easy. It's difficult because sometimes people don't even want you to help to take it out. But you have to help to take it out, nevertheless, because you love. Now, I am not getting involved here tonight with Jamaican politics. Let me just make that point. It's not I can't tell you to vote for ISAT. And I wouldn't tell you that. I could tell you though that I've gotten to know him since that initial contact. And I consider him to be a good and worthy individual. I am not implying that anybody against whom he is contesting is unworthy. No, I'm not saying that. All I can say, and I can affirm, that he is a good human being and a worthy individual and give him his life experiences to come to you and offer himself. Whether you vote for him, that is your business. And I'm looking on with great interest to see what will happen. By the way, don't feel that anybody could be offended with me being here. Because right now, in my country, a member of the Jamaica Labour Party who is a parliamentarian in a seat, a lady, I presume that she's a wonderful woman, in organizing something, and all praise and glory to them. But we will meet sometime later this year for the 6th consecutive term. So I don't worry about those things. No. I was very impressed with all the speeches here tonight. I repeat that. And I was impressed because of the focus on two things. I closed my eyes and I was listening. ISAT thought the old man wasn't feeling well. You say, "You all right, comrade?" I said, I'm fine. And I heard the focus on interests of people and rights of people. Two important areas for any consideration by anybody in a democracy. Your interests, your material interests, those interests which touch and concern your life, living and production, but also your rights as a human being. I heard that coming through, and I was very impressed with all what I've heard. I can tell you, talking about this matter with vibes, because it touches on health. I support very strongly any health program which speaks to the decentralization of health, especially its diagnostic services. St. Vincent is a country of just 150 square miles. How many square miles Portland is? I don't think it's a lot different. In addition to the principal hospital in Kingston, the Milton Cato Memorial Hospital, I'm currently building $100 million US acute care hospital just outside of Kingston, the capital city. It's going to be one of the top hospitals anywhere in the Eastern Caribbean. But I also have rural hospitals. And I have polyclinics. And it's not one place we can go to for X-ray or ultrasound or CT scan, including rural places with X-ray and ultrasound. And in my constituency of North Central Windward, which is on the east of the island, the northeast, we have built a complex. We have a playing field. We have a 24-hour clinic, smart clinic, with all primary healthcare services. Resident doctors, dentists, social worker. Well, I'm dealing there now with the clinic first. Then I have a smart hospital. This is a rural area now. And then I have a modern diagnostic, medical and diagnostic center. I have all the diagnostic tools there, including MRI. You come there, you can do an endoscopy for $12 US. You can do a colonoscopy for $12 US. People leave in Barbados and come there to do them. You hear what I'm telling you? I have operating theater. Is the headquarters for oncology in the country. We do chemotherapy there, we make the drugs there. We have a number of specialists in all the areas. That entire compound, with the playing field and those places which I just described, all told, it costs us over 75 million US dollars. It covers, intended to cover, a population of 40,000 persons, including the principal area of the indigenous people. And in addition, at that place, we provide free hemodialysis. I have 60 patients there doing hemodialysis. They cost just under 2 million US to keep them alive. I will not allow the poor and the working people to die because they cannot have dialysis. No. I hear people say, but things not possible. That modern medical and diagnostic center, 1:04 in the morning, about 3, 4 o'clock, Fidel and myself were shooting the breeze in Havana. We're all talking. And he said, I want to help you with a diagnostic center. I told him, yes, but not like when I'm small, one we build with Chavez. I want a special one. And they designed it, of course. We put our resources to build it. And we have many Cuban specialists there, different areas. Actually, you need to come and see it. Come and see it. Come and see it. Come and see it. Come and look for it. Come and see it. Come and see it. And you would see what it is. And you know, The opposition in St. Vincent said, I shouldn't build it there for two reasons. One, they said that the Soufre volcano is not too far away. And if it blows, it will mash it up. Well, the Soufre blew in 2021. It did some damage and I repair it. I got my house in the Soufre zone. I live a bush. I'm a bushman. I alone live up there in a bush. I live up there like a Rasta man but with internet. Rasta man need internet, you know. I have to connect with the world. The second reason they say, it's too far from town. You see a particular mentality? We have to decentralize our medical services. I'm talking about St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I'm not talking about Jamaica. I don't know what you're doing, but that's your business. I'm talking about St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You know, in a period of 10 years, I built in St. Vincent. And I tell you, when I say I built, permit me to just be modest on this occasion. Everybody thought that to build an international airport, I built an international airport on St. Vincent and I built a jet airport on Keynote. The only government in the Caribbean which built an international airport and a jet airport within a 10-year period of each other. One complete in 2007, the other one complete in 2017. And I'm coming to where people say that things are impossible. Damien Bindi, he came on campaign for his partner, Carlos James, the Minister of Tourism, who incidentally just gotten the prize for the Tourism Minister of the Year in the world. You saw that? Anyway, there's one place, properly speaking.
We've got great.
The problem is this though, is that it had 2 mountains and 2 hills. So I had to bring them low. I had 4 valleys to fill. I had a river and a stream to span. I had 140 middle and upper middle income houses to move and cause them to be built elsewhere. I had to move a church and a cemetery. I had to move a small hotel and 2 guest houses. And I had to do my work so that I don't destroy petroglyphs, writings, some which we knew were there and others which we discovered by the indigenous people. And to protect the writings of the indigenous people. It held me up a while. And when other persons telling me, man, move the thing, them, if you can't fix that up properly, I say, I will not build an international airport and let people call me a Philistine, that I destroyed the writings of the indigenous people. That's part of our patrimony. When I said we were going to build it, they said I was crazy. They even said they will make appointments with Dr. Debnat, who is the chief psychiatrist at the mental hospital. This madman has to be made an appointment. I went to the traditional sources. I went to the Caribbean Development Bank. No. I went to the European Union. No. The European Investment Bank. No. The agencies of the United States, Canada, Britain. No. I went to the World Bank. No. But I'm going to build it. I'm going to build it. Because you see, I read the book of Chronicles, and I know when David set about to prepare the materials to build the ark to house, the temple to house the Ark of the Covenant, he had criticism. And after he gathered everything and all the plans, God tell him, well, you can't build it because you're a man of war. You got to leave it to Solomon, your son. But I'm not a man of war. So I could do the plan and I could build it. Just like how people criticize David and Solomon for building the temple to house the Ark of the Covenant. They did that to me, you know. The Canadian ambassador, High Commissioner in Barbados and St. Vincent, came to me after when we nearing completion, when she was going back. She said they used to meet every month and say, they used to mock me. They say I was like the man from La Mancha, you know, in Cervantes' novel. Don Quixote, tilting at windmills. And she came to apologize. God give us a brain. And there are hidden resources. I call them hidden rationalities. These are material and human resources which are submerged, which are ill-utilized, badly managed. And these hidden rationalities, which constitute the core of the genius of our peoples, you can pull those out. And we set about that. And then, just like how David and Solomon had gone to friends nearby, for instance, to get the cedar of Lebanon, because he didn't have any cedar. So I put a group where they're not even talking to one another. I had Cuba, Venezuela, Trinidad and Tobago, Taiwan. None of them have relations with Taiwan. Mexico, Georgia, under President Saakashvili. Turkey, under Erdogan. Libya, under Gaddafi. Iran, under Ahmadinejad. Did I call Austria? And Austria. And of course, St. Vincent and Grenadines. I went to Iran. The Americans came to see me. So I asked them, I said to them, Iran is a country of 80 million people. You cannot isolate an ancient civilization. Iran, I told them, I asked the gentleman who came from the State Department, I said, would you please show me in the Hebrew Bible or the New Testament, show me where America is. Yeah, you say you don't understand the question. Because America is not in either in the Old Testament or the New Testament. I said, go to the book of Daniel and you'll find Persia. And the Persian king, who was not a believer in the God of Abraham. Got a man, Daniel, who was a believer in the God of Abraham, to be the chief administrator. We had a long religious and intellectual discussion on the left. And when I'm finished building it, I went to America, I went to Canada, and I went to Britain to use their external agencies. The executive, for instance, to borrow money to do the tower and to the airport and to buy the 3 tender. I buy them from Nebraska with money from America with a low rate of interest. I pay them back. I built that airport, finish it in 2017. The value of it when we finish it was over $4 million US. But we spent about close to 300 million because we got some stuff in kind. Over 400 million. It would be the value, but we spent approximately close to 300 million US. Right now, we owe less than 60 million US, and I opened that airport in 2017. And because of that airport, the best sandals in the Caribbean is in St. Vincent. You hear me? So when they tell you about things impossible, ISAT, don't bother. There was an area of 2 football fields wide where there was a trickle of a stream. But when rain in the mountain comes down and wash away everything that passed, you could only drive on the flow of the river to go across. That is what divided the bulk of the indigenous people from the rest. They say it was impossible to build a bridge there. We built a bridge there. And that has transformed the lives of the indigenous people north of the Dry River. So don't let anybody tell you about things impossible. I don't accept when you tell me it's impossible. You're only pushing me to find a creative solution. And too many times we leave things there because we say it can't be done. We have to have more faith in our people, more faith in the genius of our people. Faith is an important word. Love and hope, they have to be conjoined with faith. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of that which we have not seen. And we have to have faith. But we must know that you just can't sit down and just pray and have faith. You have to work. Because faith without works is dead. And when you're working, now everything can be done one time. Now everything could be done one time. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. But I never know anybody who ever climbed Suffolk Mountain or Blue Mountain in a straight line. You have to take zigs, you have to take zags. But when you're taking the zigs and the zags, you make sure that you're ending up in a dead end, that you're going to the mountaintop. And that bond has to be established between the people and their leadership. Over the years, of my 24 years. Sometimes the people faltered, you know.
Meet your new main squeeze. Lecom Key.
Enough buying on the vision. None of us is perfect. No, we have had in our country and make the determination whether this applies to Jamaica. The British came and took control of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in 1763. And between then and the declining years of the 20th century, there was a colonial or amended colonial economy. What were the features of this economy? One, it depended on unlimited supplies of cheap labor, in the case of slavery-free labor. Unlimited supply of cheap labor, Damien. That's the first thing. Second thing, it was dependent on preferences abroad, whether sugar or bananas. It operated at a relatively low level of science and technology. I heard a lot of discussion about all those things. I'm just pulling them together. And there was insufficient infrastructure to propel the country. You have to change in St. Vincent and the Grenadines to a modern, competitive, decided post-colonial economy, which is at once local, national, regional, and global. And every single one of those words is pregnant with meaning. So, what you have to do is to build this altered economy based on an unlimited supply of skilled labor, priced at a level relevant to the International Division of Labor. Secondly, don't bother beat up your head about preferences. You have to be modern and competitive. And you have to use the cutting edge technologies. And you have to build infrastructure. No. That's what we are seeking to do in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A lot of what was discussed, I pull things together and put it there as to what we are doing. Before I leave, I want to say this. The Secretary of State of the United States of America has issued a statement that countries which are complicit in his words with trafficking in persons and exploiting Cuban professionals, the doctors and engineers who come, that those who are complicit would lose their passport, they lose their visas and their families. Now, I know we're not involved in any exploitation of Cuban workers. And I know that the Cubans are not involved either, the Cuban government. I know the arrangements. And I believe that the Secretary of State is a good and decent man. I would not say anything bad about him. I don't say things, it is not in my nature to say bad things about people unless I have the evidence. And I have no evidence. And he appears to me to be a good man. And if he knows the facts, I'm sure that he will understand that we are not involved in that. But if it is determined that you have to take away my visa and Eloise's visa. I want to say this publicly. It could be reported. I'm not looking for a fight with anybody. But we have to be honest and open. The hemodialysis which we do in St. Vincent at the Modern Medical and Diagnostic Center with these 60 persons. Without the Cubans there, I will not be able to offer that service. So, does anybody expect that I to go because I want to keep a visa, that I would let 60 persons from the poor and working people to die? It will never happen. But I believe that the facts will show that we ought not to be worried about the strictures which they're talking about. I'm finishing. I talked too long already. I'm sorry I talked too long already. Jeremiah once wrote something, the prophet. You don't know until it happens. And the voice of the people, it is said, is the voice of God. Jeremiah said, and God talked to him, before you were in your mother's womb, I knew you. I made you. I blessed you. I sanctified you. And I proclaim you prophet to all nations. Morning by morning, new mercies we see. All that we need, thy hand has provided. Great is thy faithfulness. Thank you very much, God.
Love and hate can never be friends. Here I come.
Comrades, some people text me and say, you can stand up for Damien and you can show Andre you watch. But when Comrade Ralph talk, you're afraid to stand up. But being the consummate leader and a man fueled by love, Prime Minister, you were so kind that when I was brave enough to stand up, you said, and just before I end, your grace is not lost on me, sir. But comrades, when he was speaking, he says, what is the key thing that a leader must have? Love. He then said the leader must have the energy and the will and the X factor, which is to inspire, to enhance the high quality, the nobility within people, and to take it out of them, even when they themselves do not know they possess that quality or nobility or goodness. You can't achieve any of the above if you don't have love. If you don't have faith, which is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of that we can't see. If you don't have hope, which fuels the faith and keeps it flourishing. But faith without work is dead. And none of that exists without love. I think, Comrade Ralph, defined the qualities of our next speaker, our comrade leader, Jamaica's next Prime Minister, Comrade Mark Jefferson.
Yo, this is Bunchy God, the
Golding.
Viking of Soca. New time has come, new direction. Clear the way when the big one's strolling. Hey! Ha! Mark Golden! Yeah. Huh! Mark Golden ready. We're ready. Yeah, we're ready.
Comrade Ralph, this Honorable Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Comrade ISAT Buchanan, MP in waiting in this great constituency of East Portland. Big up to our moderator, Comrade Raymond Price. I have to big up Chief Curry and his entourage, Colonel Sterling of the Moortown Maroons, all of my comrades who are here, workers and warriors, supporters, and others who may be here at this historic event. First of all, I want to express my deep appreciation, gratitude, and respect to Comrade ISAT Buchanan for putting on today's event. It has been an event of quality, an event of substance, and I'm to be here this evening. You've heard about the heat. You've heard a sample of some of the critical things that the next People's National Party government will deliver for the people of Jamaica. In the critical areas of health, where our approach is not one of PR and hype, and a stick up in, you realize that all of what Comrade Ralph said was delivered in the health facility in his constituency, serving 40,000 people, which is a substantial portion of the population of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and was achieved for $75 million. Cornwall Regional Hospital, gone way past that and all now, can't open. And no heads don't roll under Andrew Holness government. And while I'm on the subject of comparisons, this government has taken the country through 9 years of disappointing performance in terms of economic growth. They promised 5 in 4. 5% growth would be achieved within 4 years. Nothing like that ever happened. We've been tottering along at around 1% growth. We collapsed during COVID. We came back to where we were. And since then, it's just been going downhill. And in 2024, as Comrade Dr. Andre Horton said, we had negative growth of over 1%. That means the economy got smaller last year. When we tell them how you account for that performance 9 years into your government, them say Beryl. Beryl destroyed the situation. Now the damage to the Jamaican economy under Beryl was around 1 to 1.5% of GDP. I don't expect everybody to follow that, but just note that number, 1 to 1.5% of GDP. The damage to St. Vincent and the Grenadines from Beryl was close to 30% of their GDP. And in 2024, the economy of St. Vincent and the Grenadines grew by nearly 5%, 4.8%. And we contract and get smaller by over 1%. And they're trying to blame Beryl. They cannot be trusted, comrades. Comrade Ralph, I want to thank you for the tremendous speech that you've delivered tonight. It's a speech that was wide-ranging. It was deeply personal in many respects, but it was international and global and regional in many other respects. It was profound in many respects, going to the core of who we are as human beings, what our purpose is in life, and what the role of leaders must be. And comrades, we are very blessed to have been here tonight to listen to this great Caribbean leader, Ralph Gonsalves. It is truly an honor, sir, to have been here tonight to listen to you. Comrades, I don't propose to make a big speech tonight. We have had a number of very informative, important messages from key spokespersons in the People's National Party Shadow Cabinet on portfolios which matter. We have had an incredible address by our guest speaker, a speech the like of which I haven't heard in many, many, many moons. It resonates in my mind with the tradition of our greatest orator, Michael Joshua Manley. Who Comrade Ralph himself described as a friend and a mentor. Comrades, all I want to say tonight is nothing is impossible. If we pull together and we support the candidates that we have with our full heart, mind, body, and soul, and we deliver the work that needs to be done, we will take back West and East Portland and put them in the columns of the People's National Party. And I am asking each of you, whatever may have happened in the past, whatever disappointments or disrespect you may have felt, in the interest of our great and noble movement, in the interest of the party that you love, put those things down. Let them go down. Step up, rally behind ISAT, rally behind Doreen, and make we take it to and deliver the victory that Jamaica wants for us. And comrades, Portland is a very special place. And we've heard some of the potentialities that exist in this very special place. It has tremendous historical significance as the place from which Nanny came, as it's in its unparalleled natural beauty. It has this wonderful harbor, and the other harbor we heard about over in the east. It has the attractions, so many of them, underdeveloped, but they're pristine and magnificent. And if we do the right things, if we deal with the infrastructure issues, and we roll out the proper plan, and we finance the construction of a proper terminal for larger cruise ships, we can transform the economy of Portland and make it the gem for Jamaica. So comrades, when them come with all of what them coming with, them all come with lie, them all come with misinformation, them all come with a bag of money, and them all come with other things. Just remember this. They don't have no plan to uplift Portland. They've had it for 9 years, and it is worse than it was that when they found it. The People's National Party is the party with the vision for development. Ralph and I come out of the same tradition of progressive politics in the Caribbean. And it is my intent, with the team of talent that I have, to deliver the transformational leadership that can take Jamaica out of being a low-wage, low-growth, low-tech economy that is stagnating, and to one where our people's talents are put to work, and we can build a great country here where people can have a decent quality of life, where they can enjoy good health care, top-class education, solid infrastructure, and a vibrant economy for them and their children and their grandchildren and generations to come. So comrades, don't take it simple. This election is important. This is Jamaica's chance to make a turnaround and a change. To move out of a situation where our leaders are mired in controversy, in corruption, to one where we have clean heart and clean hands, using the resources of the people for the benefit of the people only, and taking Jamaica forward to build an inclusive, sustainable economy where all of us can be part of it and where none of us is better than anyone else. That is what we stand for, comrades. That is the mission that we're on. And that is the mission that we're going to deliver whenever Andrew calls this thing. Because power for the people is what we say. Power for the people is what we will deliver. One love, comrades. God bless you all. The word is love.
And for Comrade Ralph Gonsalves. And for your next Member of Parliament, Comrade ISAT Buchanan. And keep the applause going, because we are now going to have closing remarks by Chief Richard Curry of the Accompong Maroons.
Good night, everybody. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. I'm taking off my glasses because I want all of you to see my eyes tonight. So there can be no confusions and no misconceptions after I leave here tonight. Because tonight we're here to celebrate.
What's this?
It's complicated.
Tonight. And it reminds me of a saying that the art of love is a heart of love. And say it with me. The art of love is a heart of love. And tonight, I witnessed for myself a man that epitomized the heart of love, a man of his people. Prime Minister, it's an honor to be here tonight, to hear you tell your story of what you have done for your people, being a man of the people. And not just the people decided upon bearing the land on which you stood. Because here in Jamaica, I'm sure there are many who have tales of good you have done for them here. So we salute you and thank you for being a man of the people, a man that epitomizes the heart of love, which is truly the art of love. I will say the Honorable Mark Golden, who stepped away right back. Another man who has shown his hand as far as it relates to his heart being in the right place for the people. For me as leader of the Maroons of a compound coming here today would be on the account of the Honorable ISAT Buchanan, a Maroon himself, who has proudly represented and defended his birthright against a government that is not willing to acknowledge and recognize the fabric of its own people. Let it be said that there would not be a Jamaica as we know it today without the efforts of the Maroons. It would be today a fully owned British colony, something that we could not be deliberating and talking with the confidence that we have now of moving to a republic status. It was on the backs of those First Nations people, the one them where them couldn't catch. We go up on the plantation and leg on off others and carry them up with them. At the Jamaican them too, but then couldn't catch them. Them find a word, then say a Maroon, then them wild. But are we same one? The fabric of this nation was built upon the backs of those who were the leaders of liberation. That is why we blood boil when we see oppression. That is why we blood boil when we face marginalization, when we face oppression. 1738 symbolized a significant moment in the history of this nation. The people of this nation warded off and defended themselves against colonizers. To today be able to sit at a table with everyone to decide how now we the people constitute and govern ourselves. But you cannot say out of many one people without failing to recognize the multitudes that make up the many of our society, of our beloved island that is called Jamaica. Because you see, being Maroon wasn't a bloodline thing. It was a mindset of freedom, a mindset of liberation. That if we have to burn it down, we burn it down. But we can't pass that. Where we are today is in demand and looking for respect, for playing our role in what the new Jamaica looks like. Because rest assured, there are rights that have been preserved here, not only for those who they call Maroons, but for all of us. Because we are the people of the land. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the politics that we engage in today is to understand how collectively we the people will come together to make a better Jamaica. A brand Jamaica that we can stand up on and say, yeah, this is how I define me. When them can't catch Usain Bolt and them say at the they never tell us say up in a bunkers, they'll open a stairway. Soon tell you know where Usain Bolt come from. Up in a cockpit country. It's a Maroon, Sherwood content. Right? They don't tell you these things. They don't tell you our artists, Vibes Cartel, Buju Banton, Popcorn, Spragga Ben, so many of them, Taros Riley, the Morgan Heritage family, are all Maroons. We're no longer afraid to assert who we are. We are First Nation Jamaicans who have rights that pre-exist a colonial government. Do you understand? So what I Colonel Wallace Sterling, all the Maroons and the indigenous peoples on this land are saying, for those rights that were preserved for us before you came, it is now time to decide how we move forward in unifying in what we call a republic. It is not separation, it is not segregation. It is representing right, what is noble, some very powerful words, what is honest, what is noble, what is true, what is right. Because if it is built upon sand, it will sink. If it is built upon sand, it will sink. But if it is built upon the solid foundation, upon the backs of the blood that was shed on this land for the purpose of the prosperity and the purpose of developing and catering to the needs of our people, the collective people, then we must have dialogue. We must have understandings. We must have respect. So, Honorable, I put my respect to you again for inviting the Maroons and the other indigenous peoples to begin those challenging conversations. It is easy to acknowledge that they are challenging, but to know that we've started have only paved the way for fruitful conversations to take place. That is what government is about. Government is about tackling the hard conversations, tackling the hard issues, not skirting around them, and not blindfolding the people from seeing what they ought to see and participating what they ought to be participating in. Constitutional reform must include the indigenous peoples, the First Nation of this island, to truly establish a prosperous republic for all. So yes, the time come. And tonight has been a wonderful and special occasion. My heart is full. I brought my speech and I didn't even look at it. Because for me, my heart is full. And I say thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ISAT. And I wish you all the best in your pursuits. And I know the people of Portland will make the right decision because you have shown yourself to be a man for the people. Peace be upon you.
From we
We're coming to you live from Portland, where the guest speaker was none other than the Honorable Dr. Rolf Gonsalves himself. Let's go back to Raymond Price. See what Sir Price is saying on the stage.
And Comrade Ralph does not live in Portland. It seems there's going to be a session here tonight. I will already tender my apologies. I won't be here for the duration of the session. But I think all of the speeches that have been given tonight display the art of love from hearts of love. Each speech, indeed, is a redemption song waiting to be put to music. And the music that we're going to put it to right now is the music of Jamaica Arise. I don't know if the DJ has the song queued up, and I know I cannot sing, but I know Richie Parchment can raise the key for me. So please stand as we sing Jamaica Arise. What, the DJ have it? Am I going to find it, or are we going a cappella it? Oh dear. Oh dear. Let the comrade leader sing. Oh, God. The trumpet has sounded, my countrymen all. Awake from your slumber and answer the call. The torch has been lighted, the dawn is at hand. Who joins in the fight for his own native land? Land of my birth, I pledge to be loyal and faithful, true to thee.
There you have
Journey
it.
in Mercies. DJ, play the song.
There you have it. The party leader of the People's National Party has just given the People's National Party song. The trumpet has sounded. What a remarkable speech given to us by none other than the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, His Excellency, the Most Honorable Dr. Ralph Gonsalves, gave us a reloading speech. We're going to have some commentary on this now. We're going to wait the arrival of our good friend Headboy to come on to the program to give us his take on the speech tonight. It's been a beautiful night, a night in which many of us learned something from the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And for those who believe that it's wrong for a Prime Minister to come into the country and at a political platform, many of us has to do our research. Go and do your research. The Prime Minister of Grenada, the former Prime Minister of Grenada, came to Jamaica at the Jamaica Labour Party conference and gave a speech. There's nothing wrong in doing that. But I will say to you tonight that the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines gave us a great speech, a remarkable speech. He spoke about the healthcare sector in his country. And when you sit down and listen to this man, and what is going on in this country, over 30-something billion being spent in Cornwall Hospital. And until now, it can't be open and no word from it. Every country has its own fault. Every country has its own dilemma. But as what Prime Minister Gonsalves said, if you don't have love in your heart for your people, you cannot serve the people. You cannot serve the people. And obviously, I won't call in the name, but obviously, the person who governs this country has no love for the people of this country. And I must say tonight, it has been a great night. When I sit and listen to him, I don't mind listening to him for a long while. I had the pleasure of meeting the Prime Minister at Denver Agriculture Show 1 year in Jamaica. So I have the pleasure of meeting him. One moment for me, please. I have Headboy on the line. Headboy, hold on for me, please. Hello? Good night. Welcome to the program. You're live.
Hey, trust me. I just listened to the program and the program. You see, if the people of Jamaica decide that they want to send Andrew to prison, eh? It don't make no sense.
Mm-hmm.
Look how much money spent on the hospital. Them. You hear a man take in every rural area, there's a CT scanner, X-ray machine. Eh? People on dialysis I get you free with $12. And when you go to Jamaica to do an X-ray, I want them private places at $20,000.
Indeed.
Eh? No. Jamaica needs to shut down.
Yes, man.
Jamaica needs to shut down completely.
All right.
You know me, I think both we move to St. Vincent right now.
Indeed. Thank you for calling, man.
No, it don't make no sense to stay at Jamaica.
Yeah, man. I have an next call coming in. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for calling in. Good night, caller. Welcome to the program. Go ahead. Hey, Sir Sam, how are you doing, sir?
You remember I tell you about how the Cuban doctor payment contract work?
Yes, I know it works, yeah. He just confirmed it to everybody.
You're right.
The Prime Minister just confirmed it to everybody, yeah.
So what? Yeah, so what that thing they send, and you can tell you, Jamaica is only Caribbean country where send home the Cuban doctor. I tell you.
Well, and Mr. Rattigan program yesterday, a well-known senator of the Jamaica Labour Party said that it's the JLP that paid the Cuban doctors. I was like, what?
Nothing goes so. Cuba government don't deal with them party then with government.
We all know that, but the senator wait him again. I mean,
No. Yeah, him lie till him fool. Him lie till him fool.
Yes.
But I hear my talk something, you know. You will have be careful when I talk, you know.
Who?
Because in May, the 1976 to 1980 revolution by the CIA went to release.
Yes.
So you have to be careful what he was saying.
Indeed.
Be careful what he was saying.
Yes.
Right? You realize with these youngsters, them live like in the 60s and 70s where you don't know if you get research at a library and you can't find the book. Because these things that people are saying, you just Google it and find out.
True. So Sam, I have head boy on the line here who wanna come on.
Yeah, man.
Call us back in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, man. To man, that glad that a Caribbean leader come out and take his position.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for calling in.
Yeah, man.
Okay. Head boy, welcome to the program. You're live.
Good night to you and your listeners, Jeffrey. Good night.
Good night, my friend. How are you doing?
I am ecstatic. I am ecstatic after hearing Ralph Gonsalves, the great leader, the great comrade leader. You know, it says to me that leadership must first come. Jamaica is missing leadership. Let's put it at that. It's missing leadership. And I want to testify, you know, we're in church tonight. I want to testify that what Comrade Ralph has said about what is happening in St. Vincent is not no fiction story. It's not dopey story. It's real story. There are persons who leave Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts Nevis, Dominica, and all over the OECS to go to St. Vincent for medical care. And it is a testament to his leadership. It's a testament to him refusing to allow persons to dictate to him as to the future of his country.
Yes.
And Ralph is the last of Michael Manley's generation, you know.
Indeed.
Ralph represented that rebel nation, that set of young Caribbean leadership that refuses to be dictated to. And I want to commend him for his leadership in that regard. But you know what was most interesting to me, Jeffrey, was when he spelled out exactly, or he listed exactly the amount of funds they spent to build some of these facilities. And it is...
And I think he did it in the most diplomatical way, you know. You and I know about diplomacy, and I think he did.
No, Ralph is a true diplomat, you know, and a true comrade. You know, Ralph is still a sitting head of state, so he could not say everything he wanted to say plainly. But if you could read between the lines, you would see exactly that Ralph was in fact saying that much more can be done. And his concept of decentralizing healthcare is exactly what ISAT Buchanan has been saying. Exactly what Dr. Alfred Dawes has been saying. Because let's be real, why should the people of Eastern Portland leave East Portland to go all the way to Kingston, in some instances all the way to St. Anne's Bay for medical care, or even Montego Bay for medical care, when you can do some of those at the hospital in Port Antonio? You realize Dr. Alfred Dawes pointed out something. There's only 12 doctors at Port Antonio, catering to a parish that has over, listed on their voters registry, close to over 100 and something thousand people. That ratio is low. So it's almost a doctor per 1,000. Yeah? It's really crazy. But I want to commend ISAT Buchanan and his team in East Portland for having put on such a wonderful function, a very informative function, And I want to also commend my chief, Chief Curry,
Yes.
for his impeccable leadership. The the indigenous community was represented, and Colonel Sterling as well. By the way, you know me not afraid to talk. You know, long the vast them I try convince Colonel Sterling to come and support them.
Oh,
Did
Lord.
you realize what he said on the platform?
What did he say? Didn't hear him too much. Yes. Go ahead.
That he welcomes ISAT Buchanan's leadership in East Portland. And let me tell you why. Because we have to set the facts straight. The Maroon community in East Portland has been bullied because the big banker, wanted access to lands which the Maroons preside over, which is called the Titchfield Trust.
That's where
Yeah?
Titchfield High School is.
So you see where Titchfield is?
Yeah.
Remember that Titchfield goes back, if you go all the way behind back up there, the people of Portland can tell you that land goes back up to the Rio Grande Valley. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
That land is under trust land, meaning you can't access it without the Maroon chief and the sitting MP signing off, and I think the Jamaica Heritage Trust. So they have been pursuing the colonel to support them in doing some of what they want to do. And the colonel has been vehement in his position in saying that he's not going to move. And, you know, I just want to commend him for his leadership. And it shows too as well that the Maroon community is coming together. They're recognizing who is for them and who is against them. I want to turn my attention quickly, Jeffrey, to a little bangarang I saw over at the conference in Buff Bay, the area council in Buff Bay. The sitting member of parliament for both West and East, if you listen to their presentation, they were virtually begging people to come on board. Imagine you've been an MP for 6 years, almost 6 years, and you are begging people to come on board and support. The MP said billions, this is Anne-Marie Valls, billions have been spent on the road in East Portland. And you look and you ask yourself the question, when the little barrel wind blow the other day, the whole of the carpet mash up. So all of that billions that have been spent, the true question is, was there real work done in East Portland? And most of that monies were spent not on the offshoot road, but on the main road. Yeah, not the offshoot roads. Because if you go up into the valley, back up into Rio Grande Valley, going back up into places called Belvedere, Moortown, and all of those places, right? There's no real work has been done up there. The roads up there are awful. Yeah. So we really the MP needs to come and give a testimony of her leadership. She needs to give account of her leadership in the constituency. But what I saw tonight in Portland, a spark has been lit, because I can tell you, and the caller before Sam pointed out that he's interested in going to St. Vincent.
Yes.
I'm saying to Jamaicans, it's a Caribbean country. You don't need any visa to enter. You have 6 months on arrival. If you need to go for medical care, go. Why waste all of this money in Jamaica when there are medical facilities down in St. Vincent that can cater to your need? One might look at the airfare and say, well, the airfare is expensive, but there's no connected flights from Caribbean Airlines into St. Vincent. Yeah? And that Agrile airport that he spoke of, that's one of the ones that really struck me the most, because, you know, I am big when it comes on to airport, and that's one of the things I'm passionate about. And if you look at it, Jeffrey, the Agrile International Airport now is having flights coming there that those flights are not even landing in Jamaica. Right? The airport is owned by the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We don't own no airport in Jamaica.
And look at this. We don't own an airport in this country. We build
except the airdromes. Except the airdromes. So I'll make sure, except the airdromes. Right?
The two major airports in this country, we don't own not one single thing of it. Is not a disgrace?
And Nigel Clark, who is seemingly a smart man, through the Ministry of Finance with the Airports Authority, went ahead and collected the lease at the funds from the Mexicans, that's the Grupo Pacifico. By the way, it's the same group that run Moby, run Kingston, and run Norman Manley, which should never have been allowed to happen. Should never have been allowed to happen. This group that is now fully in charge of Norman Manley, they run most of 2 little rundown airport in Mexico.
Okay.
Jamaica is their biggest earner. It's their biggest. Kingston, Norman Manley Airport is their biggest earner. Yeah? So we could have the lease was going to be up, Yeah. The lease was coming to an end, and I don't know why they virtually gave it up to them. They were in the pandemic. The group of the Pacifico wanted to give back the airport to the government because they were not. By the way, when you go to Norman Manley, I was just there in April. The place is run down. The place is run down. People complain about it. The toilets not working. The facilities.
Hold on there for me, head boy. We all know the airport was sold out by whosoever and whosoever and whosoever and whosoever. We're not talking about that. What we're saying is a disgrace that this country don't own its own airport.
No, but let us set the record straight. By whom? Let's say who did it. It was done when Montague was minister. It was done when Montague was minister. Norman Manley seized, and I want to give people the history because I like to set things in context. Airports Authority. So before you had what is the Airports Authority of Jamaica, they had NMIA Limited. So you had the Airports Authority was the parent company, but the operator was NMIA Limited.
Hold on for me, head boy. Hold on for me. If you're just joining us on the program, we're just doing some analysis on the speech given to the conference there in East Portland by the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, His Excellency Dr. the Most Honorable Rolf Gonsalves, the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The numbers according to the program is 954-529-8030. I have with me my good friend Head Boy. We're speaking about what is going on and how we don't own an airport, yet the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines just told us that he built an airport in St. Vincent for the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. What do we own in this country? Head boy, go ahead.
Yeah, so NMIA Limited ceased its existence in 2018. Yes? Minister Montague was then minister. They then sold out to this group who owns the Montego Bay Airport. By the way, MBJ lease was coming to an end. It actually should have ended this year. So we could have retake that airport and actually operate it and get some of that income to eventually bolster some of the other airports. What has happened under the two ministers, more so Montague, is that what they have done now is because they have that bowler fund, that slush fund sitting, they're just going around and fixing up eardrums with no plan in mind. Yeah? Ian Fleming just get a little traffic because the American Airlines through bootstrap negotiation starts to come there. Yeah? But the reality of it is there's no real planning and real vision. And the speaker from West Portland, Doreen, pointed it out. You have the Ken Jones Airport. Ken Jones, a great man, just sitting there idly. That they could have used that because the sort of tourism that is going to come to Portland is different from the tourism that is going to come to any part of Jamaica. So they could have focused on getting some more inches on that runway and focus on getting in some jets, more private jets, yeah, on that side, because the people will come to Portland is people who have money, Jeffrey. Because they're looking for the off-the-grid sort of tourism. She pointed out the ecotourism. There's too much potential in Portland. And we must never forget it was Tony Abrams who moved tourism from Portland into Ocherios and into Trelawney and Montego Bay. Portland was the real tourism hub before 1980.
Let me say something here, head boy. we must do our research, and that is why I keep on saying to people who come on my platform, you have the capability of a smartphone in your hand. Google Jamaica Public Service Company. JPS was sold to Morant in the 1990s. Yes, we own a little shares in JPS. It come back around where this administration, I think this administration sold JPS again to some North Korean or something that got power. Good night. Welcome to Mecca program. You're live. Hello?
Yeah, man. Good night. If you...
Wow. The person hung up. I do apologize about that. Yes, so JPS, go and do a research. Yes, North Korea, whatever they call it.
No, South Korea, the Korean.
South Korea,
Koreans.
yes. Go and do a research about JPS. Do not listen to what we are saying over here. There's Google. And it's on Google. So don't come and run about and say nothing goes up. We don't own JPS.
But do you know, let me give you an interesting fact, and thank God for Philip Paulwell. And Pete, by the way, you understood the blackouts we used to have in the 90s, the country was on load shedding. So, but the license for JPS expires in 2027. Did you hear what I said?
Mm-hmm.
And I heard Philip Paulwell said it out of his mouth that they are going to look differently on this license because they need to have some competition in the electricity generation of Jamaica. The next thing is that he's looking at the persons who, because there's in Jamaica, there's about 100,000 to 200,000 customers who are not paying any electricity at all. They can't, then some not paying because they don't want to pay, but some not paying because they can't afford to. Yeah. And what he's looking at is how they can implement solar systems in some of these places. That one, these customers could then sell to the grid, give more capacity to the grid, and then you could take off some of the non-paying customers off the grid and get the paying customers who are paying to have a better experience. Because what is happening is 700,000 customers are paying for over 200,000.
Yes.
He said that at a meeting in Northwest Clarendon just the other day. So there is a plan afoot to look at this issue with the electricity and getting reduction. We're paying 40 cents US per kilowatt. Other places like Trinidad and Tobago, they're paying 8 and 10 cents. So if we can reduce the cost of electricity, then manufacturing can increase. So countries with lower energy attract more manufacturing.
Right.
Yeah. So we need to look at this thing.
Yes. Portland 60. Since Jeffrey, you are misinformed. Hello, good night. Welcome to our program. You're live.
Yeah. Yes, Jeffrey Tavares. Let me just kind of get a little correction here. It was the Japanese who bought out the U.S. company that controlled JPS. Then the Koreans, the South Koreans, became the parent owners.
What I'm saying to you, in the 1990s, a company named Morant bought it out.
Yeah, that's based in the United States.
Yes,
Atlanta,
man, I know.
I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question. What do you think about Ralph Gonsalves' speech tonight?
Well, I haven't listened a lot of it as yet, but I would have get the clearest idea that it's sensible, and we need to start put some things into action. And in relation to the airport issue, that should have been strongly addressed. Look at the fact that shares of the Jamaica highway system, Trans-Jam highways, is now sold to the public. Why not divest to the general public, sell shares of Montego Bay Airport and MBG Airport and KIN Airport to the public? At least we can own a piece of the rock, man.
Sensible suggestion, caller.
Go ahead, head boy.
No, I'm saying the caller is making a sensible suggestion. I totally agree with him.
Yes, indeed. Indeed.
I mean, it's our own, right? At least we know the direction how we should let these two major airports operate effectively. We can't allow these airports to become sold to these bastards who are saying that these people don't really care about us.
Indeed. Indeed, my friend. Thanks for calling. I have a next call coming, my friend. Thank you for calling in.
Man of respect.
Thank you.
All the best. All the best.
Good night. Welcome to the Makotar program. You're live.
Yes, I was just talking to you and I get cut off.
I do apologize.
I
Go
was
ahead.
I was just saying, if you lease a property, do you still own it?
If you lease a property, you still own it?
Yeah.
Yes,
You did not sell it.
No, you lease it. Yes, you own it same way because you lease it.
So that means we own it to airport same way. We lease it to the Mexican company. We did not sell them, we lease it.
No, but what you're
Jeffrey, let me address the
Go
caller.
ahead, boy.
Caller,
Go ahead, boy.
it is considered a concessionaire agreement. However, certain aspects of the concessionaire agreement can be renegotiated and can be tightened. For example, if Grupo Pacifico in 2020 was about to give back the airport to Jamaica because they were not paying any concessionaire agreement, they were not paying their lease. Let's put it in a simple term. They were not paying their lease. So it's like you lease a piece of land from a man, right? You have a 10-year lease. Every year you're supposed to pay the lease. If you're not paying the lease, the person can take it to court and get you off them land. What is happening?
No, you have an agreement to look at X amount, and if you not work out, you have certain criteria you can turn over the lease back.
Yeah, but here the challenge with concessionaire agreements and why we have a problem with them. Because what it does, the same way you can you can have a concessionaire agreement with a private company. Like the caller before you suggested, why not have the thing listed on the stock exchange, have Jamaicans pay into it, and you set up a reputable group. For example, people in the diaspora, we have people in the diaspora who have big contracts in Atlanta. They're running on the largest airport. Do you know there's a major Jamaican who has a big stake in the Atlanta airport? A Jamaican, you know.
Man, every company, every country in the world have a corrupt government. When you have a corrupt government, you get your ways. You get what you want. And that happened to Jamaica.
Well, I'll concede that your point. But remember, this was done. The concessionaire agreement for Norman. Bruce Golding sold out there Jamaica, and Bobby Montague came and sold and gave the concessionaire agreement of Norman Manley International.
Remember when Andrew won it, I turned over the airport, you know. Him tell them, oh, this company is the best in the world, and they run 12 airports. When you take a start, the 12 airport was in Mexico.
Absolutely, that's the point I made, and they're not profitable enterprises, by the way. By the way, let me say this. They need to check who are the players behind that airport in Mexico. It can be very tainted money, but I'll not say anything more because I know quite a lot. Let me leave it alone.
All right,
good boy.
All the best.
Head boy, repeat about the Atlanta airport. You said Jamaicans are the one to what?
So there's a major Jamaican. There's a Jamaican so you know Atlanta is the largest airport in the US.
Yes.
Meaning in terms of its distribution, cargo and everything. There's a Jamaican that has a big position in that airport, that holds a high position in the management of that airport. When former Minister Mike Henry was talking about the metropolis, one of the considerations for Vernon Field, one of the considerations he had was to bring some of those individuals from the states who were working in top level positions in the US to come and operate the NMI, the Vernon Field metropolis. So we know there are persons in the US of Jamaican descent who are actually having high level positions in some of these airports across the US, in Texas as well. Yeah, high level positions. But the problem is that a lot of the governments, they're afraid of working with American citizens and Americans because of the level of accountability that would come from these folks from the diaspora. Because they're not the underhanded nonsense, you know. These are professional people who have run business for years and have decided that, look here. So I think that going forward, we have to look at this concessionaire agreement. These Mexicans, by the way, I'm not happy that they're running the Norman Man International Airport. We have seen an increase in drugs flowing through that airport. I'll say it with no water in my mouth. I know what I'm saying. Having worked at Norman Manley before I went to Ian Fleming, so I know what I'm saying. There has been an increase. You know, realize there have been an increase in fines at Norman Manley. Yeah?
Yes.
And for every drug bust you see happen at an airport, know that it's only 10% of what goes through that is fine. So 90% gone through.
Good night. Welcome to Make It Talk program. You're live.
Good night, Sir Jeffrey.
Yes, sir.
Good night, Sir Edward.
Good night, my brother.
I listened to the East Portland thing with Sir Ross Gonsalves.
Yes, sir.
Just a few months ago. You know, if person listen to his speech, subtly, he's saying something to the Jamaican people in general. No. When it comes on, if you just pick it out, because diplomatically he's not telling it because of his leadership and everything. No. But when he make the emphasis on two things that I picked out, the healthcare system, when I'm tell the point blank, and also the Cuban doctor. If you listen to recently when Miss Johnson, Kamina Johnson, when them asked what is the government position on the Cuban doctors, you hear her narrative, her speech was saying that, oh, she's going to wait and see what is going to, she couldn't give you a definitive answer. No, this is the difference within what them say. Without leadership, what will perish?
The people will perish.
Without vision.
Yes.
Now this man I tell you point blank, say, look here, even if them want to take one visa in the business, but not like them doctor there.
True.
Just think about what he's saying. A lot of things that he put it as St. Vincent as his base, but in the third person, I really Jamaica, he might try to tell about.
Of course. And when he was talking about the hospitals, he was literally telling us that he has done it in St. Vincent and we can do it in Jamaica.
Exactly. That's why I come to the narrative as a ISAT. Don't let nobody tell us that it is not possible. Look at those words. Possible. When Mr. Dawes, Alfred Dawes came up and tell about this MRI and all of these things, and Ralph Gonsalves tell us that, look here, basically what he's done into his rural area, because he know the system. Don't feel like he don't know what's going on in Jamaica, no.
Of course he does.
And my find excuse. He's telling us that, look here, I live in the rural area, I live in the country area, and I can able to put a clinic. And he's telling us that everything is automated. Basically, my tell us that high-tech clinic, 24 hours. Now, when you look at the money was generated in Jamaica compared to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have a 4.8% growth with the same barrel who has more damage.
Thank you.
Tell me, the corruption is that at the head of. Corruption has been eating out Jamaica while we don't have the improvement in our sector.
And not only that, Carl and him boy. Sir Ralph Gonsalves hit on something. He said, I live in the bush and I have internet. Remember he said that?
Okay.
He said,
exactly.
He said I live in the bush and I have internet.
Okay then. Yeah, when him said that, when he said that, it reminded me of a speech that Sir Michael Manley said. When him said, boy, I don't want a fancy car. I want that speech when him elaborates. I don't want this, I don't want that. It's for the people. And in time you start to disrespect the people. He's telling them basically, say, look here, the opulence lifestyle is not what he's for.
Yes.
He is for the people. Why you say he's there for 24 years? And it pains my heart sometimes when I sit down and I said to myself, one of the worst things that I have about this leader of this government here, Jamaica, is that for a young man, for a young person who comes out of what he say comes out of poverty, and to see the people them gravitate towards him in 2016, for him As him sit down and look and say, where this fact is that, the people them is living good and all that. Have him sit down, look at himself and say, this is the country you love, or you're the leader of the country. Why you make the people want to suffer? So, with the health care, you got to tell me, say, and you spend amount of money? See, a man spend 75 million US and look on the first class system we have. And you still have a carnal region where it can't finish. When it done, it's going to reach at least 35 billion. Because you don't start to fit it, you don't start putting furniture, you don't put. God, look here, honestly, this forum was brilliant. One of the best forum I hear.
Go ahead, sorry.
One of the best forum I've heard in a long while, honestly.
But caller, would you say that all what is going on in our country, sir, it lies up to the Jamaican people who sit down and accept this, sir?
Look here, let me tell you something. I'm gonna say this to you when I analyze a lot of things. You see, the Jamaican people that you know 10, 15 years ago is different from what you have right now. When I sit down and look at it right now, because social media has becomes the norm, and a lot of persons become disillusioned with the politics and the politicians, them, right? So one of the things is that no, if you're messaging, you say, just like when they talk about corruption and they do the poll, people not interested because themselves are Jamaica still. These are the things, because let me tell you so, what Jamaica is, a one-up man. So as long as me all right, me no business about my neighbor. And that, and what he's saying is love. So this is the reason why people get disenchanted about going to the polls, or even voting or believing in politics or the leaders of themselves. In this dispensation right now, the only time we start happening, just like in America, a lot of Jamaicans and persons who vote for Trump, it's like when it happened, they must say, if me did know. And them give away them future, their kids' future, and not realizing. Because let me tell you something, when you give a hungry dog bone, what do you think I can happen? Exactly. So you see right now why Mark Golden tell us that them have a fight on them hands no. It is generally what Mark Golden is saying no. Look here, people. We know the position that we are in. You people need it. There's a lot of needs. Because let me tell you, the best way to beat a man is for oppress him now. It's like I beat him in a subjection now. So it's like say him now, when you give him something, him feel so grateful, feel like that's something good you do for him. Not knowing say is that ends to a means. Say you want your way with it. That's why Mark Golden try to tell them, so look at people, it's going to be a challenge. Be steadfast, be strong. Because I'm going to tell you, and everybody's strong now. I'm going to love what ISAT do because what? He's opened up a lot of eyes. Or what ISAT is bringing still now. I think ISAT is bringing a different kind of politics now.
Yes.
Because I never say, to be honest with you, and be fair, I've never seen a politician come this kind of way that he's coming now. The kind of speakers that he's bringing, the kind of messaging that he's putting forward to the people. And let me tell you something. When he said that, when you look at his success rate defending the Constitution and he speak about it, look at you can judge a man by his action now. And what he's doing is proving what he's doing right now. That's why the message I reach out. So the one way you can do is vilify him, say something bad about him, but at the end of the day, he's getting his message across. He's getting his message across really effective now. I can tell you that.
Indeed.
So all the best, sir.
All the best, caller. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You know something, head boy, when you have program like this, you have people calling and tell you, you know, what they think as a Jamaican. Good night. Welcome to our program. You're live.
Good night, Mr. Jeffrey and Head Boy and your panel.
Good night. Good night. Head Boy, you know this voice, Head Boy?
It sounds familiar.
The same lady who prayed for us the other night, the other morning.
Oh, bless your sister.
Bless you, my brother. I want to say to you that what Isaac is doing will bring about a change, because if you listen, I want you listening, and you see the people sit quietly and listening attentively.
Yes.
And I want to say to you that we're in a new era. And believe you me, I'm going to say to you all that the change is there. The change is coming. Doesn't matter what you see, it might look like. I know that the Jamaican people is waking up.
Absolutely.
Because there's a lot of information that is going out. You will have a one and few of them that, still stuck in their way. And of course, you have some of them on social media trying to debunk and be lied about what is going on. But I want to let you know that people ain't fool anymore. People's eyes are being opening up because we are in the era of information and technology. And it's also the era of truth. It's revelation time now. And what I see happen in Portland tonight tells me that, yes, the change is here. When I listen to that Prime Minister, as the gentleman before me was saying, there's a lot he was revealing. And I know a lot of people listening to what he's saying because, yeah, eyes they have and they can see, ears and they can hear. But yes, you will have people who stifle their conscience. But believe you me, I've seen it. I've seen things happen in the 80s. I've seen it in the 70s. I've seen it. And I've never seen any kind of leadership the way that this gentleman has done. I was one who thought that as a young person, he would have some form of, intelligence, some form of knowledge, known where he is coming from. And he has seen the separation. He has been there and he has seen it all. But, you ever saying, say, old time people have a saying, say, tell Nancy, not spoil no dance.
Right.
You understand?
Yes.
And, yeah, I just want to say to my people, don't be disheartened. No matter what the kind of ritual that they want to come with, with all the ritual that they want to come with, the change has already happened. The ultimate creator already designed the change. And them could have eat 99 iron. They could have light up million candle. Them could have raised up all of the duffy where they want to raise up. Them all raise up all some of the ancestors them too. And you think that all of them stupid? Listen to my brother and sister. Una have no fear of no Baphomet. None of the forces that them are trying to come with. Because none of the things them what they're doing is what our ancestors used to do to ward off the colonialism. You understand? And they demonize our spirituality. But guess what happened? There are people who in the quiet are crying out and is reaching out. So good can suppress evil. Evil cannot suppress good. So we want people to understand that, listen, we have to buckle up and know who we are and know that the powers lie within each and every one of us, and we have the authority and the power to take back our country, because our leader is not more than the ultimate creator. He's not more than the ultimate creator, and all the shenanigans that they want to go on with, and all what they're trying to do, all the candle that they want to light. Mr. Siaga used to light candle and him still got on. All who do what them used to do, them still, listen, a man cannot do more than them time.
Yes.
They cannot do more than their time. So I just want to encourage our people and you. I'm grateful for all of you bloggers. I'm grateful for Ed Boys because I learn a lot from him also. And I hear and listen, I learn a lot. And I want to say, my brother, continue to burn the fire, continue to educate the people because they are waking up.
Absolutely.
And I just want to say, give thanks to the Most High. Have a good
All the
night.
best. You too, sister. All the best. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. For those who are just joining us, this is the Make We Talk program. We're just having some analysis on the program that happened earlier on with Prime Minister Rolf Gonsalves. We have on the program here tonight our good friend Head Boy. Head Boy, go ahead.
I want to look at the E in the EAT because we spoke about the healthcare.
Yes.
The education aspect, I must commend Damien. And you know, the general public, Bradley Avenue and others, some of those detractors of the PNP say the PNP don't have any plan. But when you listen Damien Crawford, it is clear the PNP has a plan for education. When you listen Dr. Dawes, it's clear they have a plan for health. When you listen Dr. Andrea, it's clear they have a plan for technology and how to enhance industry. So the truth be told is the PNP has a plan, and I don't wrong the PNP. The plan you have must be distributed in your manifesto. Don't give out your plan because we know the JLP has no plan. The only thing they're talking about is third term, you know. If you in a relationship, Jeffrey, and you have imagine you have a woman and you and her talk for 9 years and you never take her out. And in the 10th year saying to her, baby, I'm going to bring you up on a vacation, but you never bring her go to dinner yet. You have to start somewhere. So the truth be told is that the JLP is saying to the Jamaican people, it's now time to take you to dinner. But really and truly is that they need to take you on a vacation. So I want to commend Damien. And just to mention a little of what he said, the 1 degree per household, very important.
Yes.
Fixing the early childhood system, fixing the primary school system, and the meals. I am big on these meals because let me tell you why, Jeffrey. I'm not afraid to tell people I grew up as a poor boy. I'm not rich. And I remember days when I went to school in Payne Avenue. Yeah. A lot of people don't know. Don't me go a country when me older. I grew up in the inner city. Yeah. And when I used to go to Tavares Gardens primary, there were days when I couldn't afford to buy lunch.
Good night. Welcome to our program, Your Life.
Yes, sir, Jeffrey. I want to give a wide commendation to Mr. ISAT Buchanan. And I want to especially give a wider commendation to the people of East Portland and the West as well. So, Jeffrey, today when I was looking at the JLP town hall with Mr. Darrell Valls and the lies and the conventions they are trying to tell the people today, sir. You understand? It was really taking aback, but it's a bit of fresh air. I was so hungry and pissed. Many people didn't want to come back on the social media. And when I remember I start of his presentation today, believe me, Mr. Jeffrey, my heart is well. And the president from St. Kitts, the prime minister from St. Kitts, sir. I want to St. Vincent, sorry. I want to commend you on your wide open truth. I want to commend you. Yes, sir.
Paula. You see how you see the prime minister act on stage? If you get to meet it the same way he's acting, no different.
No,
I
but
met him
Jeffrey,
at the culture show. And the man is so down to earth. He's of the people, for the people, and by the people.
Jeffrey
Man
and
is a
Carla.
soul of portion.
I want to say something to you. Go ahead, boy.
I have been into St. Vincent. It's not very too far from me, an hour flight. And let me tell you something. I have gone into Ralph's constituency. And let me tell you, Ralph is like them old-time politician. Ralph sit down on the road and play domino and I drink him whites. with his constituents. If you want to find Ralph, look for a domino table. He's always with his people. He's always with it. When Ralph come to Jamaica, it's the same thing. Ralph is a people person. And, you know, for years, Ralph has suffered a lot of injustice and indignation in St. Vincent because of the hard decisions he have had to make. So I want, really and truly, Carla, the man is a humble man. The man is not even, you wouldn't even believe Ralph is the prime minister. And that's how humble he is.
Honestly, hey boy, I honestly feel his generosity.
Yeah, man.
You see me? I honestly feel his generosity. But otherwise, just so Jeffrey, I want to commend you as well for your broadcast and the information, the magnificent work you have been doing over the years. And for the time period you are here, Sir Jeffrey, I want to really commend you and highlighting and bringing the real information to the people. I really have to commend the Make the Talk program. Understand? So big up on yourself. And before I go, I want to big up my MP, Dr. Alfred Dawes, and my council deputy mayor, Harry Campbell, and the Southeast St. Catherine Division. Bless up yourself.
Thank you very much.
All the best.
My friend.
All the best.
And the only thing I'm going to ask you to do for me is to continue spreading the Make We Talk program. Like, share, and subscribe, all right?
No problem. No problem, my boss.
Thank you.
Respect.
And I'm happy I have been a source of inspiration to you people. Although you have some of them who say that we spread propaganda news. But thank you so much.
Jeffrey?
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Head boy, go ahead.
When they say we're spreading propaganda, you know, I don't mind being labeled as a propagandist once it's the truth. So I spread the propaganda of truth. That's okay. I am never distracted or disheartened by what people say. I know crazy people all over the world, in Jamaica as well. I may never see a crazy man stone empty mango tree.
You know something, head boy? I spoke to you off air and I spoke to a lot of people off air. I had also make some calls and everything. I don't want to come on here and talk about my personal life. But a lot of people don't go through certain things, you know. When they hear other people talk about it, they say nothing goes up. And you have some Labour Party bloggers who will come in your chat room. They do not know what people go through. Because none of their family members ever sit on a bench for over 2 weeks trying to get a bed at the Salomon Hospital or the Montego Bay Hospital. So they will come over here and they'll chat all kind of nonsense. 2 weeks, a person sitting on a bench for. I got a call up to last night. A well-known Jamaican in the diaspora called me, Mr. Jeffrey. I can't believe this happened in Jamaica. So I said, what happened? A friend of his, family member, sat in a wheelchair with a belly pain and died at the Montego Bay Hospital, and you hear nothing about it. And people come and say you're lying about it. You're not lying, it's the truth.
But let me tell you something. 10,000 people can't be wrong. The cries across the length and breadth of Jamaica. Jeffrey, I can tell you, I have always dreaded being sick in Jamaica. I've always dreaded being sick in Jamaica. We must, and let's just set the record straight. The healthcare system in Jamaica was not always like this, you know. It was never perfect. But my good friend and one of the best persons I respect from the Labour Party, Bruce Golding, right? When they came with this policy of no user fees at the hospitals, they did not know what they were doing, you know, right? Because what it did, yes, it was a very brilliant idea to try to say those who can pay will pay. But what it did was that monies that the regional, because remember the hospitals are designed, where parish is in region. So the Sarah, Nera, Wera, and all of them, and Sarah. So they divide up the country in that region. And what happens is that when he removed the no user fee policy from the hospitals as an election promise, the hospitals started not being clean. They couldn't buy chemicals because they have to wait on the region. So Sarah and all of those entities I call that govern them to give them the allocation or the subvention to purchase these things. Before, the boards of the hospitals could then, through their procurement, pay for these things. So we have never recovered from that policy. We have never recovered from that policy. In 2005, 2006, if you went to the KPH, you never had to sit down in a wheelchair, you know. Even in 2011, the problem is that too, you have these board appointments to these hospital regions that is politically appointed people who have no understanding of how the healthcare system is run. And I keep on saying this. We have too much qualified people in the diaspora. I'm one of those persons who truly believe in the talent of the diaspora. We have look how much healthcare specialists, doctors, all of them you can think of in the why we can't appoint some of them to boards. It would be easier to fly them in every time they have to meet for a board meeting so that the board, so at least the thing function properly. Yeah. We don't. What we have now is a minister of health who is busy marketing me or marketing him, but instead of doing the real work. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
I tell you something, you know. Jamaica is 62 years old, gonna be 63 this year. In all our lives in this country. And when I come out and speak, I make something clear to everybody. What I am saying, we're 62 years old, 63 this year. And we should have a proper health sector. We should have a proper education system. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't matter which party or which party. It does not matter. This country has spent billions and billions of dollars on healthcare, education, and security. Is it any better? Is it any better?
No. But remember their speech every time they go on a platform. We are spending the most. We have spent the most in here and the most. Because, Jeffrey, it all boils down to corruption. Let's be real. It all boils down to corruption. The used car scandal, and I don't want to live on it. A man tell me and give me a birdie pinch me, right? And it is alleged that when those used cars came for the police officers, who them still can deliver some, the birdie tell me, say, certain individual, say before the contract was done, a man call him and tell him, oh, get a one day one car. A certain man in a certain position call him and say, give me girlfriend a car. You hear me tell you? The used cars were being given to people. In 2020, we saw them because those same cars that came for the police were being used in campaign.
The same way.
One thing with me, you know, when I speak, I don't have to look over my shoulder, double check myself. I have my sources. You saw that letter from Mike Henry, and while your listeners are here, you saw that letter from Mike Henry?
No.
I don't think you have seen it. There was a letter that came from Mike Henry addressed to the Prime Minister.
Do you have it?
Let me see if I can find it. I can't. I don't have the physical. Let me get it up here and meeting here.
Yes.
Speak while I find it, Jeff.
Yeah, if you just
speak while or a caller could call.
Yeah, the number to call is 954-529-8030. That's 954-529-8030. It is now 10:38 in the United States and 9:38 in Kingston City, Jamaica. Where we're listening, watching from around the world in the Eastern Caribbean. Good night, you're live on the Make It Our program.
Yeah, Wagwan, Jeffrey. Wagwan.
What's going on, my friend?
There, man. Head boy, Wagwan.
Yeah, he's good, man. He's there.
Oh, he's there.
Yeah.
Bless up, my brother. Bless up.
Something just running from my mind just now as we are talking about that, right? We're not talking about that. How can people really believe, say them find 28 bank accounts for the PM, right? And find none with the money wife name. What can go so?
That's politics, my
yeah,
friend.
You guys ever really think of that? None with your wife. No. You never really think of that. Nobody not even think you're your wife. And none of your account, in your wife name.
He must
What?
know why I don't have his wife name in there.
Well, I said boy, head boy supposed to know.
No, so head boy don't know those things.
Me? I am not their marriage counselor, and
They
I would
really take
not.
off a fool still, you know. Me, I tell them take off for one idiot Jamaican, take Jamaican for one idiot. And when they realize they can't get to with one thing, then push a little further. This morning, me I listen to them I talk about the um the 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 rafting place where port when they put up a guy them raft or Portland.
Randy?
When they put up with them raft.
Yes.
So now the government said they can't free to come back and work now because election time was, so they ain't free to come back now. But just
No,
to let them
he's
know,
referring to
they've
White
been
River.
occupying the
You're
land
referring
for
to White
50
River.
years.
White River.
And nobody come and claim the land. But the land have a owner. No, the land have a owner now. Who is the owner? Nobody don't know, but the land have a owner now. But they can't. But it's free for them to come back in now and do the raft. You know, it's okay with them now, because election time a come, so they want to look good. And after election time, if people them fool enough to go vote for this man again, a judgment don't have that. A judgment don't have that. Me I tell you, say a judgment don't have that. And what you say other day, we need to do a proper auditing. If Mark Golden should now in a complete auditing.
You know, I
of
said
the
it. You
whole
know.
sector.
I said it, you know, caller.
Complete auditing for your whole sector.
Caller, I said it, you know. I said it. I was the first person on social media who came out and said that if the People's National Party should gain state power, the Mr. Golden on the PNP has to have a forensic audit into every single government entity in this country. They're saying that $3 trillion is not missing. But until now, we can't hear nothing about that $3 trillion. Until now, we can't hear nothing about $2 billion of taxpayers' money from the NHT, the NIS, and the Banana Board went down into SSL. We can't hear nothing about that. Huh?
So you want to tell we say, head boy want to tell we say, right? So the money going SSL and our taxpayer money going SSL and the man gone with all the money. Money gone. So who will get accountable for that now? Tell me now.
But I'll tell you something, caller. If you have the Jamaican people who's coming on social media and all they can defend is their party, they can't defend this country, and all they can talk about that Mark Golden not born in Jamaica, and they don't see and hear how stupid and how illiterate and fool they sound. Because what? An idiot who sit in the parliament, a Jacobe who sit in the parliament, who have no respect for the Jamaican people, Everett Warmington, who shall never sit in the parliament. He's an idiot. He's an educated fool. He and Julia Cuthbert Flynn, who's spreading racism in this country. A Jamaican who born in this country. His mother is from Jamaica. Are you saying he wasn't born in Jamaica? He must go back on the banana boat? And nobody saying yeah.
And if PM not even come and say, listen, if this and this is that racist stuff. Because if white people stop coming to Jamaica, it's gonna be a problem.
But Jeffrey and Caller, worse than that.
From Canada.
Caller, hold a minute. Head boy is saying something. Go ahead, head boy.
Worse than that, and this racist issue and Huna Barnia from Huna Barnia. Matthew Samuda was not born in Jamaica. Right? That's a statement of fact. Philip Enriquez was not born in Jamaica. He's an Israeli citizen. He's an Israeli citizen, born in Israel. Born in Israel. Yes? And they have nothing to say on those two things. But they can come and talk about Mark Golden, who born in Jamaica. People have account of him going to school or camping with him. Yeah? Having account of him playing cricket with them down in Augustown and in the the Mona rehab. I mean, it's nonsensical.
Caller, thank you for calling. Our next call coming in. Thank you for calling in.
Yeah, man, I say all right, man. Bless up on yourself.
Thank you. Good night, my good friend Christopher. How are you doing? Hello?
Hey, Jeffrey, how you doing? Good night.
I'm good, man. Good night. Hold on for me, Chris. Hold on for me. Those on the platform, are you hearing me loud and clear now? Let me know if you hear me loud and clear on the platform. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, head boy, how you doing?
Blessings, brother Chris. How are you?
Hey, Jeffrey, you know what is funny about what you just said a while ago? You think Darren Voss consider himself a black man?
No, man. He's a white Jamaican.
Just what I'm saying. So when you mount that throw stone about Mark Golding and British and this, you know the irony of what I'm saying. Half of the Jamaica Labour Party is full of white people. What are they talking about? What are they getting from this stirring up this racial animus in the country?
Now that idiot who if the truth should come out about Warmington, he shouldn't be sitting in the parliament.
But Daryl Vaz's mother was not born in Jamaica. She's a Puerto Rican citizen. She was born in Puerto Rico. Tell him to come take me to court for saying what is truth. In Pupa.
Darren Voss would be insulted if you call him a black man. You'll be insulted because we know them hold on tightly to them color thing in Jamaica.
Indeed.
Okay, so I find it so ironic that them peddling in this kind of nonsense, you know. And back to what Head Boy was saying earlier, if you just go back and track Andrew Holness, you can go back to when him had people signing these letters. This man is wholly undemocratic person. Him corrupt, and he has undemocratic tendencies. And we know that because him installed his wife into the Speaker of the Parliament to block and make sure she sit on all of the reports that's coming through.
Great, so hold on a minute there. I wouldn't say he installed his wife, you know. What we must say is this, that she was deputy speaker. So when Marissa Dalrymple resigned, she automatically became speaker. Hold on. Nobody in the parliament contested. Nobody said,
right, I agree with that.
XQYZ.
I agree with that. I think the PMP made a political.
Hold on for me, Chris. When they asked for the vote within the wells of the parliament, Philip Paulwell says they don't have no objection to it.
Right.
So I would.
Which was wrong.
Well,
that was a wrong thing.
Even if he had object to it, they would still vote her in.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, Jeffrey. It doesn't matter. You must always go on the record. You must go on the record, and you must say, "I object to this. We do not have the vote, but as a matter of principle, we do not support this position." Because then, if you look at Mark had to go in the parliament and attack Andrew about that very same thing, and it looked shaky. You must stand on principle.
No, stand
on principle.
1 second, caller. I am with you, but let me tell you where I take the point of departure, where you're going. Juliette Holness, in her first term in 2016, she was so effective in the parliamentary committees, particularly the PSC. She was holding the government to account. The truth be told, Juliette bamboozled the opposition. And let's just be real. We're talking real here. They felt that when she was promoted to deputy speaker, they were not of the view that she would have her the track that she was on would have changed. Yeah, and I'm not defending because you can't defend the indefensible, you know. But they had a plan all along.
Ed boy, let me say this. I am not a conspiracy theorist kind of personality. But I really think that knowing Andrew Holness, who would like to play the long game, Andrew Holness, and I have stuck with the story, deliberately put Dalrymple into that speakership, knowing she was compromised, and knowing he can pull her whenever she fall, his wife would ascend to the speakership.
No,
I do not believe.
No, Chris. Me not
No,
correct with this.
that was my thing, Jeffrey. I don't know if it's true, but it looked that way to me.
Me correct with something though, Chris. Hold on, Chris. Me correct with something. Within the Parliament of Jamaica, how the Parliament operates, and I am starting to be corrected by my good friend Headboy. How the Parliament operates is this: that a person is put up as speaker. All right, the vote is given. When the vote is given, they have a deputy. They name a deputy speaker.
Right.
I do not know how the deputy speaker came in, but I know for a fact that they name a deputy speaker. She was given the deputy speaker. All right. Whenever Dalrymple is not in, she will deputize as deputy speaker, and she and she was okay doing it. She wasn't disrespecting anybody. But as Dalrymple leave,
but you see, this is the real danger, in it, Jeffrey. When you have this situation where you have the prime minister, the next really powerful person in that parliament is the speaker, just like with the United States.
Yes.
And this person carry a lot of power.
Yes,
it is just do not make sense to me that a person who's married to the prime minister can also be the speaker and have no interest in what the prime minister outcome is as far as politics and all of that. That makes no sense on its face. It doesn't make any sense. At least you're going to have a conflict of interest at some point.
And that is why.
And politicians are politicians.
And that is why, in our new dispensation of a constitution to reform our constitution, there must be a referendum. And the people of our country must say to them that we do not want a ceremonial head. The Jamaican people has never, in the 62 years of independence, voted for a prime minister. They have never voted for a prime minister. What they have voted for is for the MPs. And because the party has majority people in the parliament, then the leader of the party become the prime minister. The Jamaican people has never voted for a prime minister, never in its history. So the time has come for all of us in this country to let them know that we need a prime minister, or we have to elect a president or a prime minister must be elected by the people, of the people, and for the people. We don't want no ceremonial president.
But Jeffrey, we also should add on that, and not to take away from the caller's time, but we must add on that also a speaker. We are using the Westminster model, but we're not using it correctly. For example, in the UK, the speaker's seat is automatic, right? So when you're a speaker of the house, you don't have to. The speaker has really run unopposed in his constituency. Yeah. So I am saying what we should do is two parties should put up two credible candidates that the country will believe will be objective, and those persons should be voted for by the country for speaker. Seeing that we have an issue with the speaker of the house, and then
Headboy, just let me interject and say this. Listen, I believe in policies. I believe that you cannot trust politicians to do the right thing. I don't believe in that. I believe you should have policies and procedures. Because if you look at a country like, say, Guyana, that is very corrupt. Actually higher than Jamaica in the corruption index, it's and Trinidad. They both have very powerful presidents.
Yes, they do.
So at the end of the day, what we need is institution that can check these guys. We have to have impeachment. We have to have system to remove these people and hold them to account. That I think is what we need to have. Right now we have in the United States, that is, we literally have what is keeping the United States from going completely into a dictatorship is 2 votes that is swinging on the Supreme Court.
Yes.
Without Roberts and what's her name, we'd be right in a dictatorship, because the Congress and the Senate have abdicated their responsibility, and now we're hanging by a thread in the United States.
The US system is also imperfect, my friend, and I have a problem with
right. That's what I'm Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right, the checks and balances
People at the end of the day going to come back down to, will people do the right thing?
But remember this, scholar. You had Al Gore versus Bush in 2001, 2004. If correct me if I'm 2003.
Right.
Remember
The Chad thing, yeah.
what was it? Right, the Chad. What was the deciding factor? Was they divided up the population, and it's the baby, right? Let's put it in simple terms. They used that Chad thing to determine who really won that election. So if we're talking about perfect system, also too, the US has some imperfect system. My recommendation is if we're going to a referendum. 1 second, we're going to a referendum.
The United States is not a perfect. It's a very imperfect system.
Right.
And it has, if you know the history of the United States, it has vacillated back and forth. And as a matter of fact, 80 years after the end of slavery, they have an apartheid system in the United States that existed side by side with what they call a democratic system. So we don't have no illusion about the American system. We know it's corrupt.
But what I'm saying, Carla, is on the referendum, let us put a lot of these issues, impeachment, all of these things, and also the speaker. Let me tell you why. Because one of the reasons why we could not get the Integrity Commission report was because the speaker was holding on to the report. The report was stable.
Exactly.
That is why I'm saying the Jamaican people now need to have a say in who becomes speaker. So the same way like how you put up a candidate in a constituency, let the two parties put up a candidate for speaker. Let the Jamaican people vote for who they think would be objective. And let me tell you something. Suppose you lose the election, but your person become the speaker. That can bring some real checks and balances in that house as well. Is what I'm saying? But anyway, caller,
right.
Grab another caller because I'm certain we don't want to go.
All right, yes, let me step off and listen to you guys.
Yes.
All right, Jeffrey, talk to you guys.
All right, Chris, thanks so much for calling in. The number to call is 954-529-8030. 954-529-8030. There's also a WhatsApp number. Head boy, go ahead and read what you have.
Jeffrey, I sent it to you in WhatsApp because I can hardly see it on my computer. For some reason, my screen is acting up. But just to reference, can you see it? It's a screenshot.
Back foot.
You can't see it.
No. I have on my glasses and I can't see a thing.
So imagine me and but in any way, let me see if I can struggle the young eyes to see something here. So this is a letter dated. It is entitled Jamaica First One May Pen Initiative. Are you hearing me loud and clear?
I'm hearing you loud and clear, yes.
March 8, 2025. And it says, its subject, ungratefulness is worse than witchcraft. And worse than witchcraft / obeah. Regarding the recent developments in Central Clarendon constituency for the replacement of Member of Parliament, the Honorable Mike Henry, as the current MP recommended his choice of candidate for the constituency and the right constitutional process for choosing the candidate was ignored and blatantly disrespect was awarded to Mr. Henry. As we anticipate the next general election, Clarendon Maypen Central, let us remember the greatness and the goodness of Mr. Henry. He has always supported and protected the development of Maypen. This is not the first attack on the MP. Remember well how PM requested him to change the political boundary lines and he reneged at Mr. Henry's stand-up. I'm having difficulty seeing this, but it says against a corrupted Edward Siaga and now Andrew Holness, who is currently before the courts for corruption. The other factors and the other detractors and the councillors who are currently greedy for money, thus is now that is not allocated to them. Mr. Henry's integrity was well balanced over the years. Mr. Davis, who is desperate and always bad-minded against Joel Williams, and Mr. Douglas, who never won a local election, continually. I can't see the rest of it. I'm straining my eyes, Jeffrey. But
I can't see nothing because it's very blurry.
Yes. in essence, what I'm saying, in essence, what this letter is saying, he's accusing his sitting councillors. If this is from Mr. Henry, it is alleged. I don't know if it is from him. I have not confirmed if the letter is from him, and I will not attribute it to him because a lot of things come from social media these days. But I have not seen. I know, no, there would have been something coming from him indicating that this is not from him. But he says that a corrupt leader can't tell him what to do because you're now before the court for corruption. And he points to Councillor Davis, which is one of the councillors you're hearing in the voice note, the only male councillor he has, that says, you are greedy, you want me to take care of you, the councillors want funds to be allocated to them that is not their funds, and he will not be part to it. Because what has happened, let's be real, Mike Henry is aging and has aged, and it seems like there are some persons in that constituency who want to take advantage of that. But as they say, fowl have no cockroach have no business in a fowl fight. But what is interesting to note, will Marlon Morgan come and call a press conference for this tomorrow? Because he's alleging that the councillors, his 3 sitting councillors, are corrupt. If this is so, the letter is alleging corruption to these 3 councillors. So we have investigation into the Clarendon Parish Council. All people say when you have the hole, dig 2.
Indeed, true. And basically, if that letter is coming from the veteran politician himself, wow, that is bad.
No, but I believe, to be honest, the things I hear in this letter, because I know the politics of Central Clarendon very well, very good. Things I'm hearing in this letter, it doesn't sound too, because the allegations, and he puts the same letter that there are guns in the constituency.
Whoa.
That other members have been brought in there in farm to create chaos. And a particular individual, I will not call their name, should be careful because they will report this matter, that he be prosecuted. And the accusation is against a sitting councillor. So where's Marlon Morgan on this? Where is Marlon Morgan on this?
What he does, what Marlon Morgan does, Senator Morgan, whatever his name is, what he does is to come to people's chat room and chat all sort of damn nonsense for a senator. Somebody asked me a question in the chat room. Just give me with the head, boy. Jeffrey, when Mark Golden win the next general election, is Julia Thomas going to be the next speaker? No. No.
The speaker is appointed from the side that has the majority.
Yes.
You know who I want to see as the Speaker of the House? You know who I am nominating for Speaker of the House?
Who?
Fitz Jackson.
He'll be a damn good speaker, though.
You're telling me?
He would be. He's a non-nonsense person, and
a no-nonsense man, and he will hold his members account as well. Yeah.
Yes.
So I would love to see.
You know something, to head boy? I would love to see my country turn around. I would love to see those who have their hand in the public kitty held accountable for it. Yes. And let me make something clear tonight. Join me tomorrow evening with Head Boy at 7 p.m. We're going to have a robust discussion on issues facing our nation. But on Tuesday evening, Mystic Sensation, go over there. All of us going to go over there. It's going to be a bombshell on the SSL saga. I'm going to say anything more about it. Join Mystic Sensation tomorrow evening. I think not tomorrow evening, Tuesday evening rather. Tuesday evening. I think it's at 8:30, I think. Mystic Sensation at 8:30 on Tuesday. A breaking news about the SSL corruption and where Hussein Bolt money went and who is involved in it.
And by the way, Jeffrey, I want to commend Mystic Sensation.
Yes.
I believe Mystic Sensation is one of the best investigative blogger I have seen so far on social media. I
Yes,
want to
indeed.
say, when I listen to the man, you see, well, he was trained as an investigator. So I see you can see the thoroughness in his presentations. You can see the level of preparation he takes into his work. But if you look
Indeed.
at the chat, somebody pointed something into the letter. Anisabel Rose.
Good night. Welcome to Mecca to our program. You're live. Hello?
Please, I don't wish to be live. Speakers.
You don't wish to be live?
No, I don't wish to be.
Head boy, take over for me.
Okay. So as he said, so you all could go and join Mystic Sensation on Tuesday, because I want to hear exactly what Mystic Sensation has to say about this SSL matter. I know him to be somebody who does not spread propaganda. He's not any tabloid. So I definitely want to see what will come from him on Tuesday. So I'll encourage everybody that can go and to see exactly what will be discussed there. Now, in relation to if any of the viewers have any questions, you can put them in the chat. I'm going to look in the chat to see if there are any questions that you have to ask, so that we can respond to it. Now, in relation to the speakers that were there, I also want to give regard to the beautiful lady from Portland Western, who shared quite a bit of information in terms of what is happening in Western Portland and the condition of Western.
Head boy, what year you went to Tavares Garden?
Huh?
Somebody's asking what year you went to Tavares Garden School.
Who is that? They want too much information, man. Tell them I'm a
Thank
man.
you.
I'm the man in the wind.
This person called me off here to ask what year you went to Tavares Garden High School.
Tavares Gardens Primary.
Yes.
Yes. And that is why I think Mayor get along so good, because I went to a school with your last name.
Good night. Welcome to the program. You're live. Can you turn off what you have in the background for me, please, sir?
Yeah, man, it was the television, you know?
Yes.
Yes. Good night.
Good night.
Yes. You know, my problem with the TNT, I don't think that the TNT should, at the time, you know, accept Juliet Wallace as a speaker.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they should object to her become the speaker of the house, because I don't know if they were looking into it that you could, you know, conflict of interest. The Prime Minister wife. And there's nothing.
I wouldn't say it's a conflict of interest in her, sir, because she's a member of parliament.
Yes.
She was elected by the people of West Rural St. Andrew. Why the phone sir? Sir, you have hold on for me, sir. Hold on. You have the fan in the phone, sir, in the background?
Yes, man, that's one. You better now?
Yes. What I'm saying to you, sir, is this. The people of West Rural St. Andrew, or wherever,
yes,
voted for her to become member of parliament. She was never elected. She wasn't selected by the parliament. She was voted in. So whatever position they see fit to give her, they're gonna give it to her. What I understand what you're saying, that she should have become speaker, which of that I believe in that too. But our Westminster system allowed her to become speaker. Yes.
You're right. But down the road, the PMP wasn't looking at what it could cost, because when she became the speaker, there's nothing that she went to say against her party and her husband. When the bill came in for she to get them done, she was releasing them because she have she covering up.
One thing I can tell you though, sir. The parliament, the opposition has power, There are 14 members of the opposition and they have power. And the power that they have, if they can't get the power in the parliament, they take to the streets with the Jamaican people.
That's it. That's what I'm saying, because last week Tuesday was like it's an example. With Fitz Jackson trying to make a point in the house. When she shut him down, and she was so crude, telling, next person, next speaker, and she shut down the man. And he couldn't get to ask the question. That's the time I think the PMP should walk out of the parliament.
They should have done that.
They should walk out. They should continue sitting there with her. Because this kind of behavior, I look at it and I don't know, it's just like a Jezebel behavior. You don't behave that kind of way there. She don't have no respect to anybody. And to me, looking at her, it seems as if she have some kind of problem. And she taking the problem inside the parliament.
She must have a problem at home?
Yes.
If you allow
she a problem at home.
Hold on, caller. Hold on. Someone, go ahead, boy.
I'm going to be quite mischievous. I can tell you, if the plumbing system is not being properly serviced at home, it can create a it is alleged that the man at the road in Mandeville. So,
hold on, wait a second. Hold on, caller. Repeat what you said. Go ahead, boy. What Mandeville?
It is alleged that the man at the yard is busy focusing on the road in Mandeville. So therefore, it could be reached that day. But all I'm saying
that's what I understand to be happening,
There are a lot of suitable suitors out there waiting for you. Don't let anybody regulate you to just being a trophy wife. You're more than better than that.
But what the next thing about certain person, our ex-finance minister, he was babbling too. So,
no comparison with that, do.
Please do not go down.
No comparison with that, the dabbling sitting there, please. I don't want to hear about it.
Anyway, caller, Jeffrey's gonna play this video.
All right, caller. Thanks for calling in.
Right. Behave yourself before you get Jeffrey a lawyer letter.
and people in the parliament now who know me now go represent me at all.
So it's at minute 5, yeah?
Minute 5. From 1 to 5, you said?
The 5-minute mark.
From 1 to 5?
The 5-minute mark, yeah. No. Right. At the 5-minute mark.
Okay, at 5 minutes. Okay.
Yes, 5 minutes. Yeah, but
right.
as I could, it is clear that day that Juliet woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I don't know what issue she was facing. I don't know if it is age. And yesterday was International Women's Day. I'm not going to speak in any way in a misogynist way to a woman.
As what Chairman for Life had told a woman at the at a thing is maybe it's her time of the month.
No, I don't think it was that time of night.
Good night. Welcome to the Equator program. You're live. Go ahead.
Good night, Jeffrey.
Good night, sir.
Sir Jeffrey Tavares. I saw your heading, Make We Talk Esport and Public Forum. I just joined in your program, so I'm not sure if you're still on that topic.
Well, actually, we're just talking about issues facing Jamaica in general and what the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines said. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. And that is the main reason why I called. It's the first for a long time. I wanted to go somewhere, Sir Jeffrey, and I just could not move from my laptop when that man was talking. You have two types of food, you know. You have physical food
and spiritual
and you have
food.
spiritual food.
Yes.
That man was, and then when I said that you can be hungry physically because you just didn't eat, and somebody start to speak to you, and you know word is spirit and word is life, and the words from that person, you don't know where the hunger has gone.
True.
So that is the dynamics of spiritual food. What Ralph Gonsalves did tonight, he did not endorse the PNP in any big way, but by virtue of turning up to their function, it speaks volume. And the way he spoke highly of ISAT speaks volume. But we also know the history of Dr. Ralph Gonsalves and the People's National Party. And as you realize, he was always being addressed as comrade by the party leader.
Well, actually, hold on for me. The Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines they address him in St. Vincent's comrade.
That is the same title that they use in both parties, yes. And I think there are some party in Africa that also uses the title.
I think my good friend Julius Malema.
Yes.
Yes.
Because the People's National Party do have a rich history.
Hold on for me, caller. What are you saying, head boy?
And the ANC. So all of the parties which are center left, which is socialist parties that came out of the socialist era, refer to themselves as comrade.
Very good. Good night, head boy.
Good night to you, my friend.
Head boy, somebody in the chat room is saying that you're very low.
I am very low. Can you hear me much better?
I should think so, because I'm hearing you loud and clear. Yes,
I
caller, go ahead.
This is Ron Perry. Head boy, this is Ron Perry talking, so you know exactly who is talking.
Blessings.
All right, so
blessed night, man.
So Perry, we don't have enough time left on the program. It's now 17 after 11 o'clock. Soon 12 o'clock over here. It's 10 o'clock in Jamaica.
Okay, I think I have said what I wanted to say. So thanks very much, and I'm going to be chipping into your program and finish watch it.
Thank you so much.
So that
yeah.
Okay, bye. All right, head boy, let me play this now.
Yeah, play the 5 minutes into the video.
Yes.
Minute 5.
Okay. That's what you're talking about?
No. I'm referring to minute 5, Jeffrey, meaning the 5 minutes into the video. That's a thing where they did the social housing. And tried to disrespect Michael Phillips. And Michael Phillips put them in the place.
So you come for a second.
Hold on there. There's a part here. Hold on, this part here where Michael went up and came back down.
Yeah, because so what a social housing was handed over in the house, in the community. The caretaker wanted to go cut the ribbon with Michael.
And Michael said no.
Michael stepped down and said, I'm not cutting the ribbon with you. Because you're not the MP.
Yes. Let's play this
Viewers,
one.
Right, so
welcome
it's
back to
clear
the
that
channel. It's your girl Isabel Rose, and in this one, political tension brew at the handing over of a social house in northwest Manchester, as well as a damning allegation letter being circulated that's addressed to the Jamaica Labour Party Andrew Michael Holness. Stay tuned for the details at hand. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Notification shout out goes to Turtle Boy Chucking. Big up yourself, Turtle. At the handing over ceremony of a social housing program down there in northwest Manchester, we're seeing some political tension brewing, to which Michael Jackson, who is the MP of that year, was giving
Miss Phillips.
a little speech, and he was interrupted by cheers from Jamaica Labour Party supporters, to which we're seeing his opponent who will run against him, Mr. Young, basically I push up himself if he go up, if he go cut ribbon.
Okay, head boy.
And I'm saying to myself, it is
Head boy.
Mm-hmm.
Continue playing or what?
No, go straight to minute 5. Minute 5 is where the letter is. All the way, 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 all the way. Right there. Right there, yeah. Right there, right there.
Stop researching with ChatGPT.
Oh, Jesus.
allegation addressed to Prime Minister Andrew Michael Holness have been making its round on social media. And it says, Jamaica First One May Pen Initiative, Voice of the People, March 8, 2025, to Jamaica Labour Party Andrew Michael Holness at Belmont Road. And the subject at hand says, ungratefulness is worse than witchcraft, Obia. And this letter is in regards to the whole undermining of what they deem as it pertains to the outgoing MP, Mike Henry, who wanted the successor to be Joel Williams, but instead Delroy Williams got the post over him. It reads, regarding the recent development in Central Clarendon constituency for the replacement of Member of Parliament, the Honourable Mike L. Henry, as the current MP recommended his choice of candidate for the constituency, and the right constitutional process for choosing the candidate was ignored and blatant disrespect was awarded to Mr. Henry. As we anticipate the next general election, Clarendon, Maypen Central, let us remember the greatness and the goodness of Mr. Henry. He has also supported and protected the development of Maypen. This is not the first attack on the MP. We remember well how the Prime Minister requested him to change the political boundaries lines, and he redetected it. Mr. Henry stand up against a corrupted Edward Siaga and now Andrew Holness, who is currently before the courts for corruption. The other factors are the councillors who are constantly greedy for money that is not allocated to them. Mr. Henry's integrity was well balanced over the years. Mr. Davis, who was desperate and always bad-minded against Joel Williams, and Mr. Douglas, who never won a local election, constantly against Mr. Henry for money he owes. Borrowed from the bank against his house that the bank took away. Mr. Henry made it clear taxpayers' money cannot be used for personal use. We know the betrayal of these councillors. They are enemies to the state daily. They constantly promise the business community contracts and extort the hell out of them. Mr. Henry holds a strong grip against corruption. We are also aware of the violence that are pending due to the facts criminal elements are planted the farm community for a new one order gang. Hence, the voice notes are leaked for the death of Tickman to make Maypen the headquarters of one order JLP institution of crime and violence. We have evidence of the shipment of weapons in the community. Council Davis, you will be taken to justice in due time. You are the most ungrateful person. Mr. Henry never gave you a luxury car out of taxpayers' money, and the other two females who constantly use crime and violence. Remember, there's still ballot boxes left at the stashed locations. We hope to assure the public that a no to Delroy Williams is no to violence and crime. We are calling for the resignation of those councillors. Save Maypen. Hold our votes. No show election day. Business community 61. Plus, we recommend not to support this election financially. Don't be afraid to vote PNP if it means to put your ex beside the head. A Jamaica First Initiative and Maypen Initiative regards Voice of the People. Now, in that, there's a lot of damning allegations.
Wow. Head boy.
You heard for yourself.
My.
Your listeners have heard here. That's why I'm saying I don't know if this letter is real. It is alleged it is written by Mike Henry. I have not seen anything coming from him to say otherwise. So I will assume then that that's the case until otherwise proven. So, but it is really damning to say the least.
Whoa. So if that is coming out of the Labour Party camp now, in the sense of Mike Henry, imagine on Tuesday evening when they hear what makes the sensation have to say.
Let me tell you something. You remember what Pastor Chambers prayed? You remember Pastor Chambers' prayer after them lock him up?
Mm-hmm.
That the whole of them will be turning against each other?
So said, so done.
There's about 4 or 5 seats right now that the Labour Party cannot settle. And these are seats that they have supposed to have strong presence in.
Hold on the head boy. Hold on a minute there. We have to do something here. Hold on.
Ball out! Whoa, yo. We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach. Take out the thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the thief them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out from Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Me I go to Portland. Why me I travel to Portland? Take out somebody, man or woman. Ball out. Whoa, yo. We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach. Take out the thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the thief them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out from Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Me I go to Portland. Why me I travel to Portland? Take out somebody, man or woman.
My head boy.
Damning. Please put the words alleged because I want to protect you, my brother.
Let me make this here. The views expressed on this program here is not necessarily the views of the Mequitalk program its host, its host, co-host, or the owners and operator of Tavares Media Group. What we just heard, it is courtesy of this, what's the name of this blogger here?
Isabel Rose.
Isabel Rose. Courtesy of her. We have no proof that this was written by the gentleman who is one of Jamaica's eldest statesman, Lester Mike Henry, or Michael Lester Henry. We have no proof it was written by him. So we are disassociating ourselves from this. We don't know nothing about it. Just that we just copy it off and play it. Head boy, It's now 11:28. We're gonna wrap up. Your final word towards this, and then we can go.
Well, what I'll say, Jeffrey, what I'll say is that the two things that stands out in this alleged letter for me is the fact that the author refers to these guns and to ballot boxes that have been stashed, and the author reference to an individual that is aware of the guns in the constituency. So I am quite concerned, because my concern is, if you know Central Clarendon, it is very close to North Central Clarendon, it is very close to Northern Clarendon, and it's close to Northwest Clarendon. Typically, they are the launching pad to go up into the hills to campaign. And so, if the Labourites are saying that there are presence of guns there, I will urge the comrades in those constituencies to be on the lookout, because it is obvious that there is some attempt to disrupt things in the parish. And quite frankly, Clarendon has had some sense of calm for a long time. You realize, no matter how the violence have been sporadic throughout Jamaica for over a year or so, you really haven't heard any major incidences in Clarendon. It took a lot of work to get Clarendon to be quiet, So I only hope that this letter is not true, and I only hope for the best.
Indeed. I want to say thank you all for coming on. Remember to join yours truly, Jeffrey Tavares, along with my co-host Headboy, tomorrow on the Make We Talk Current Affair program. We'll be coming on tomorrow to speak to you about issues facing Jamaica and indeed the Caribbean and the wider world. And at 7 p.m. Go ahead, Headboy.
And remember, on Tuesday we will be at Mystic Sensation to listen to the breaking news in relation to this SSL saga. I will, even if a child is on the way, I don't think I want to miss it. I'll have my phone in my hand to listen.
Indeed, because join Mystic Sensation along with Wilfred Radigan and others. They will be over there on Tuesday evening at 8:30 p.m. I think that will be about 7:30 Jamaica time, because the time has changed. The time zone has changed. It's going to be at 7:30 Jamaica time, 8:30 US time. Mystic Sensation will be on Tuesday with breaking news on the SSL saga. The SSL saga. So join them then. But join me tomorrow at 7 p.m. US time, 6 p.m. Jamaica time, where I'll be speaking about issues facing the Caribbean and indeed Jamaica. My co-host will be Headboy, Wilfred Radigan, and others. We're going to speak some more about what is going on. And also, I think during the day tomorrow I'll be on. I'm not sure, but I will let you know. But we must say it has been a great evening to listen to Comrade Ralph Gonsalves, the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a man who is well renowned. He's known as the world boss of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He's also the elder statesman of the Caribbean. Headboy, I want to say thank you for coming on, my friend.
Right, and Jeffrey, my final word to you and your listeners. I encourage, today is the 9th of March. I encourage everyone who is not enumerated yet, and if you know anyone in your community who is not enumerated, please encourage them to enumerate, because this will be the last enumeration list. So if you are not enumerated now, you won't be able to vote in the upcoming election.
Indeed, so my friend.
People to enumerate. All the best, brother. All the best, listeners. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming on. And just remember to everyone that this is going to be a consequential election in Jamaica's history. And we must not sit home. As what Headboy said, go out and enumerate. Make sure your name is on the voters list. Make sure your family name is on the voters list. Your friend name, your cousin name. Go out and vote. This is one of the most consequential election in our history. And we can't let this pass us by. I will not tell you who to vote for or who not to vote for. All I can encourage you is to go out and vote. Go out and vote as if your life depends on it. Go out and vote, my friend. Have a great night, everybody. May God bless you. May God bless our island home, Jamaica land we love. Head boy, good night, my friend.
And as we go, we ball out. Good night. Good night.
Indeed. Hold on for me. I'm going to put a ball out there. Hold on. Hold on. Good night, caller. Welcome to the program. You're live. You have about 2 minutes. We're going to close off the program. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just had to call and congratulate you and thank you for live streaming the event at Portland with Comrade Gonsalves.
Thank you so much. Where are you calling from?
Thank you for what you do. Calling from New York. And thank you, Edward, for going around to all these spaces and doing your own little soldier work for a better Jamaica. I just really wanted to comment briefly and say today, with all of the bad news coming out of Jamaica, today was a nice day in Jamaica. Today, in the history books, it will be written that a man who preaches and lives with love brought love into the space of Portland and delivered it to us and remind us to be better human beings. Come together and make a better Jamaica. And it's happening through ISAT, right? Who is now living a redemptive life. And it's happening also. Look at the connected links and the interconnectivity of us as human beings. We are one big human family. ISAT went and represented Cartel. Cartel has a baby with a woman who's related to Gonsalves. Look at the interconnectivity of us as human beings. And all of that came together today in a space in the parish of Portland. Isaac is showing you guys, not only does he want the job to be a member of parliament and represent his people, but that he has a plan. He has aligned himself with Gonsalves, who is a man who has demonstrated he has the blueprint for success. He knows how to get it done. So all Isaac is asking Jamaican people for is go and vote for him and give him the opportunity to bring better to Portland and by extension to Jamaica.
Indeed, my
I just want to thank you again, and I would strongly recommend that everybody go on the social media spaces where Comrade Gonsalves is, and as Jamaicans, let us collectively give our appreciation and type a big thank you for coming to Jamaica. And don't forget Ed Boy and Jeffrey. Enumeration, okay?
My dear,
we have
much.
few more days left until 31st. All the best. Take care. Stay well until we meet again tomorrow. All right?
God bless. Have a great night.
All right.
Good night, everyone. This is where we say so long. Good night.
Ball out.
Unity, strength. Make
Hold on.
reason.
Let me go back for this. Hold on, head boy. You're driving me up the wall, head boy. If I go back for this again. Where it is. Come back down here, JT. Here it is.
Ball out! Whoa, yo. We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach. Take out the thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the thief them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out from Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Me I go to Portland. Why me I travel to Portland? Take out somebody, man or woman.
Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it now help Jamaica. Make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it now help Jamaica. Make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it now help Jamaica. Make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason.
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk.
Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe to the Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. Like, share, and subscribe.